Kia ora tātou, nau mai, haere mai, and a warm welcome back to everybody for our LTP discussions and debate. Before we get into back into our order of business, I'd like to invite the Deputy Mayor to open with karakia.
Morena, your worship o tirati, ngā koutou katoa i ngā rangatira, ngā kai hāpai, ngā kai mā takitaki. Morena everyone. Tūtawa mai I runga, tūtawa mai I raro, tūtawa mai I roto, tūtawa mai I waho. Kia tau ai te mauri tū, te mauri ora, ki te katoa, haumi e, hui e, tai ki e. Tēnā koe.
Kia ora. Okay. Right, we better do the housekeeping and safety. Unlike the event of an emergency, we will assemble through the green the doors with the green signs on them and assemble in the clock tower area, Te Marae-Hine, the square. It is a non-smoking facility. Toilets are in the link span as you entered, and defibrillator is in the customer services area on the ground floor. This meeting is being recorded on the Council's YouTube channel. So we're back into the long-term prioritisation, and we were still at renewals, and I'm keen to just keep working through that, and thank you to those councillors that have put forward a number of questions and then a number of recommendations to get us underway, and we'll work our way through that, and again just taking our time as we get through the process. Interestingly, I was at Auckland yesterday at the New Zealand Rail Conference, and the whole theme of the conference was partnerships and affordability. So I don't think we're alone in these conversations. So it was just interesting that the theme continued up there. Right. I have a number of questions, and I'll then open it up to the floor before we get some recommendations on the table. Replacement of street flags, page 4, on the spreadsheet there, program 1496. It's 25,000 every year on, and I know it's small, but I'm just questioning the officers whether that's needed every single year, or can we sweat the assets for flags, or get the community to perhaps look at the flags every second year?
Through the chair, Donna Baker, CE unit. I did have a conversation with the events team around this. It is up to council to decide. That is for the replacement of the banners and the flags. However, we could reduce or do it every second year. It just means that in some cases we may not be able to have as many or all flags for all occasions.
Okay, thank you. With page 3, Civil Defence Operations Centre equipment replacement, just an understanding what that is, bearing in mind we're pretty new into that facility. Is this is not, what sort of equipment is it? It's program number 2242. I'm gathering is it stuff that we take to emergencies? It's not IT equipment, I would think, because it's all brand new up there.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Under what activity are you looking? My page numbers don't line up.
Okay, so it's your spreadsheets that you've marked 2 spreadsheets?
Yep.
I mean, it's small. You can come back to me. It's not going to make a massive difference. I just wanted to know. I'm just checking under every rock, that's all.
Oh, yes, and I found it. So it is the sort of miscellaneous bits of equipment to operate the Civil Defence Centre. It's not doing fit outs of the building, that sort of thing.
Okay. we talked about the Christmas tree in the square that was program number 2364, and there's 100,000 around that. I'm just wondering if that could be a community project rather than 100,000 out of ratepayers, just signalling that. Acacia Birch, 2420, new signage, 30,000. What's the trust responsible for, or is that something that we're partnering with them on?
Through the chair. Through the chair, Kerry Lee Probert, Acting Chief Customer Officer. Know that the signage is something that we are currently responsible for.
Okay. But if council deemed necessary, it could be a shared responsibility. Because they have got a legal entity, haven't they, to raise money? Yes, okay. Just going through to the bottom of page 4, program 1127, the shade house, including the bonsai display, and there's $500,000 there. There was some papers that came through late yesterday, and apologies if I'm doubling up here. Has that got any external funding, or is that council's commitment, and then we're seeking other funding? Can I get an understanding of what the budget's made up of?
Kathy Deaver-Todd, Group Manager, Parks and Logistics. No, the Shade House renewal is a fully council-funded project. The Avery's part, which has been separated out, is something where we've assumed some external funding.
Okay, so the shade house is this a new structure, or is it the connection onto the Peter Black Conservatory?
Yes, the latter. It's a replacement of the current structure, which is at end of life.
Okay, yep, no, thank you, just confirming that. Again, I think you did answer it, but I just want to double check. The arena big screen just below it, program 1242, had some external funding of, I'm getting nods, CET? Yeah, okay, thank you. Mercury, sorry. Probably to you again, Kathy, program on page 5, 1837, swimming pool renewals, and there's some big numbers there, and I appreciate we've got massive assets and facilities to look forward to look after. Can I just get a general understanding what those big numbers include?
Those big numbers include pumps, the vapour barriers on the buildings, the filtration systems, but that large lump there is most likely to be the liner of the outdoor leisure pool. So those are big lumps that unfortunately we can't smooth out.
Yeah.
We've done our best to even that out, but we do get those ones that you can't do half of it.
Okay, thank you. Just through onto page 6, CT Wild Base Arena program 1136 and renewals there. Again, just an understanding of what they are, and is there any opportunity for external funding, bearing in mind there's a trust that has a legal status to do things?
Bryce Hosking, Group Manager, Property and Resource Recovery. Yeah, that's purely for the, I guess, fixed assets as opposed to the things within it. And really it's just making sure that everything continues to be fit for purpose. Includes everything from some of the enclosure things through to shade sails, through to pumps and everything like that. Probably, I would say, a limited opportunity for more external funding because our partners essentially fund a lot of the things within the building themselves for their operation.
Okay, thank you. There's been a number of questions again on page 7 from other councillors around program 1879, the council's plant and vehicle fleet replacements. I think, Kathy, you said yesterday that included trucks and other equipment. It's just not our vehicle car fleet.
Sorry, a very small portion of that budget is actually for what we would deem passenger vehicles. We only have 22 passenger vehicles, and we'd be probably spending about 50,000 a year on, about 120,000 a year on renewing those. The balance of it is our bigger trucks and other specialist vehicles that are making up those costs.
Okay. I'll go to others while, so Councillor Johnson.
It's just a question possibly to you actually, Mr Mayor. If we are trying to pass resolutions to kind of firm up the renewals at this point, will that is going to have an impact on the decisions that are made about operational expenditure, because ultimately renewals are rates funded. So I wondered if you would consider perhaps not finalising. I mean, I'm happy for a discussion and amendments to come up today, but maybe not finalising this until next. Well, it's in 2 weeks' time. In 2 weeks' time, when we look at operational, because we're locking ourselves in here with renewals, and then that's going to tie our hands when we're looking at operational expenditure. So it's just a question and a suggestion.
It's irritative, so we could do something, councillor, and then change it again if we needed to, at the 13th. I'm hearing you about the two are linked, and it's a pity that we haven't got it all together here and now.
But would we not end up having to revoke decisions potentially, and then that requires no?
It's in the drafting of.
Okay.
So the phrase will be drafting.
Yeah.
I do think we need to try and put something there which signals to everybody, including ourselves, where we're going. But I am hearing you that the two are all linked. So I think.
Okay, but as long as we're not kind of trapped.
We're not going to be
this thing,
trapped.
yeah.
I mean, and remember, this is a draft that then goes out to our community as well, because they may come back and say, spend more. I don't think they will, but.
Seems like.
All right. Councillor Fitzgerald.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just to help me follow the page numbering, I couldn't find your page 4, 5 and 6 where ours is numbered 23 to 27.
Okay, sorry. I'm going off the spreadsheets that I've been given. I assumed everybody else got them. Okay. So I'm using the capital renewal program comparison. Probably should have read that out at the start. That would have helped.
Thank you.
And I'll read the program numbers out. We should be able to find the program numbers. So apologies if you've been listening and wondering where the heck I'm reading things from. If I could just continue, so continuing on the same document that I've got on page 11, program number 1380. So around the wastewater plant, the biogas generator. Now, Mike, you spoke to us about that being, although there's millions there, it actually saves us with going to the grid for power. Are we in a positive there in terms of the money we are spending is giving us either a neutral or we're in credit?
So through the chair, that biogas engine generates approximately 40 to 50% of the treatment plant's power usage, so that offsets what we buy from the grid. Haven't been able to, at this point, get you an actual figure, but I'm working on that and I will get that
Okay.
back to you.
All right. It's not going to affect my decision, so that's fine, thank you. So a couple of other ones for you again, Mike, and they've come in new, and just need to understand they must be needed, I'm sure. But program on page 12, program 2411, renewal of oxidation ponds and sludge lagoons, again under wastewater. There's 1.4 million there over the next couple of years. Are they right at the end of their life? Are they?
So that's a programme to restore the capacity of the aerated lagoons at Todra Road. Over a number of years, there's an accumulation of biosolids that collect in those lagoons, and they're reducing the treatment capacity. So that's a programme to restore those to their full capacity.
Okay. Okay, no, that's good. And again, on the same page, program 601, citywide, the pond wave band repairs. Is that something that's just, I notice it's new, that's just cropped up, has it? It's something that you've been made aware of?
So we have two oxidation ponds in the city, one at the Ashurst Pond and the same aerated lagoons at the Todra Road plant. The wave bands are an integral part of those lagoons that prevent erosion of the banks. And there's a number of areas of those ponds where we're seeing degradation that needs repair and renewals. So that's what that programme's for. To offset, just to add some more detail there, to offset that programme, we have reduced the renewal budget at the plant for the general items.
Okay. And I note on the next page, program 11700, citywide water meter renewals. That's obviously for meters that are, commercial properties, those outside the residential areas, is that right?
That's correct. That's industrial water meters on some of our large users in the city.
And more on page 14, more wastewater and water renewals there's 3 of them, and they're all new programs, and I'm guessing again they need to be done. But program 2278 around Longburn water bore treatment renewal, and then underneath that there's the water asset renewals, program 2279, and then 2280 at Bunnythorpe water asset renewals, and reasonable numbers, but just a bit of an explanation there.
Yeah, I'll speak to the Longburn one first. So we know that it's quite an old network, and there's a number of leaks that is putting pressure on the abstraction limits for the bore in Longburn. So that programme is targeted to renewing parts of the network that are underperforming.
Okay.
And a similar story for Bunnythorpe. It's just a targeted programme for the villages.
Okay. And on this building, on page 15, there's renewals of window seals, and there's a couple of $1 million there in year 3. If some of the resolutions that are looking to be tabled around packaging our earthquake-prone buildings together, would this not become redundant if there was some sort of package put together?
Possibly, but then possibly not. So essentially that program is replacing all of the windows in CAB. We lose a lot of heat and have a lot of issues with our heat and cooling control in the building, and it actually drives up our power bill quite considerably. That $2 million is tagged to be about half funded from ECA, so it won't be entirely on us. But given this building isn't tagged through the seismic program to be demolished and rebuilt, I would argue that's probably a useful program regardless.
Okay. And our old favourite down the bottom, number 86, property furniture replacements. Good to have a bit of humour in the chamber. And do we still need furniture replacements?
So noting with that, it is literally every single one of our properties that we operate from. So $30,000, it's replacing chairs that break, desks that break, anything from Marina to the library to Wild Base to anything that we operate. So $30,000 probably gets you 15 desks, for context. If that breaks, then essentially we'd have to be funding it through operating.
Okay. Good reply. Thank you. Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Questions probably for Mr. Darberg in terms of the upcoming recommendation, which hopefully you've seen around the further smoothing of the overall renewal program to kind of a 5-year ramp instead of a 3-year ramp. Just wanted to understand whether you would be able to work through that reanalysis by the 13th in time to get it back to the 13th of December, and would that be just a reshuffle of the numbers, or would there be some analysis around impact?
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. So I guess, you could sit down and in an hour, just make some random decisions about how you could smooth that out. I guess in response to your question and I suppose we sort of read it that you were asking for some more analysis. So what a week would give us is the ability, and ideally we'd have, because there's a lot else going on, and particularly operating. So we're sort of trying to think what we can reasonably do in that time frame. I guess. So on our sort of version 1 of renewals, most of the timeframes that we're spreading those renewals over, and I've talked about roading in the past, is like a 30-year timeframe to sort of ramp up to get to the point over 30 years that we're sort of back to where we want to be. I guess with sort of version 2 that's in here at the moment, we probably push that out over most of our assets to in the order of probably 35 to 40 years, let's say. I suppose if a week would give us, we could give you some analysis about how long those sort of renewal periods are pushed out to, so we just want to give you really good transparency about what are the consequences of this, pushing this out. We also will probably try and make some estimates about how we think that might bounce back in maintenance budgets. So that's sort of our best guess, I guess. But it's hard to do, to be very precise on it. So I guess we could either do something pretty quick and dirty, effectively, but without a lot of understanding about the risks, or a week. In the context of everything else we're doing is going to be pushing pretty tight to give you a sort of a reasonable level of analysis.
Thank you, but achievable if we.
Well,
if
we'll
you
do,
have
I
that
think
week.
the thing we could do is we'll do the best that we can in the time we've got available.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Wood, online.
Before I go into my questions. Oh,
Can you start again, Councillor?
I said thank you and nice to see you all again. Just to clarify before I go into my questions, I've noticed on Wednesday councillors were asking me questions across all attachments. Do you want us to just ask on attachment 1 or on anything in the documents?
Just on renewals at this stage.
Just on renewals at this stage, that's right. In that case, I only had one question, which was following up from a question I believe you asked, Mr. Mayor, regarding the small vehicle replacement and the vehicle replacement budgets. I recall from our annual budget discussion this year, there was $1 million slated for small vehicle replacements. The answer we just heard was that there's only ever $150,000 in these budgets for small vehicle replacements. I just wanted to clarify, is that a change of tack that we've smoothed that out, or are there some lumpy bits in there that we can't see regarding small vehicle replacement? This is on page 23.
Sorry, Kathy Deaver-Todd, Group Manager, Parks and Logistics. Can you just repeat the question you're asking me, please?
Of course. So this year in that budget, there was $1 million for light vehicle replacement. We chose to defer that. Your earlier answer, you said that there was only $150,000 per year approximately in these budget lines for the next 10 years for light vehicle replacement. Given there was supposed to be $1 million this year, I just wanted to understand, have you smoothed out the light vehicle replacement over the 10 years and that's how we've got to a small figure? Or is there 1 year, for example, where we have $800,000 of light vehicle replacements that is sitting in that budget line?
Thank you for clarifying that. So the $1 million that was not funded this year was not just passenger vehicles. We also had to defer utility vehicles, small trucks and specialised vehicles. And so that has stretched out our renewal program already. The 150 I referred to is purely what we call white fleet, which are the passenger fleet of about 22 vehicles.
Right, appreciate the clarification. Thank you very much, and I'll have some more questions for the other attachments later.
Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. So just to clarify where I'm looking at capital programme comparison LTP 2021 versus draft LTP 2024. And in that, under capital renewal programme comparison on page 2, I'm looking at community libraries renewals, where in 2021, we had adopted a figure of 220,000 for library renewals in what would have then been year 4 and year 5. But in this LTP, that's been substantially reduced down to 30,000 for those 2 years. So I just want to know what the consequence of that reduction is going to be. And is it made up for in another budget, or is that an actual cut of 190,000 per annum in library renewals for community libraries?
The answer to that's twofold. A couple of our libraries, as councillors will be aware, had leaks, and so we actually ended up having to do some substantial work in the likes of Awapuni Library this year, which meant that it didn't need to be done as planned in 2021. Alongside that as well, there is the potential for the community hubs and those kind of concepts as well. So the revised renewal program reflects the possibility of some of those hubs, which may include libraries in terms of those scopes.
Okay, so if hubs were not to be included, then this budget line would need to increase?
Potentially. That being said, essentially as it currently sits, it's relatively reactive renewals, I suppose, at 30,000 a year. If council wish to do more of a substantial refurbishment of, say, Tipa Tiki Tiki, if the Highbury hub was not to proceed, then yes, there would need to be a more targeted increase to that.
Okay, so, and is that the same answer then for the reduction in renewals for the Central Library?
The reduction, the Central Library reflects the seismic upgrade. So there's a little bit front-loaded before we do the seismic strengthening of that, and then councils will see there's a big gap, which basically is a reflection of the fact that we'd be doing that work and a little bit of time after that before then a relatively small residual level of renewals kicks back in to keep on top of things.
Okay. And then over the page under community agency facilities renewals, there's a big reduction in proposed spend there as well. So what's that about?
Again, that's facilities such as, say, Hancock House. We had a relatively large refurbishment planned, especially for some of the meeting room and conference room sort of areas. However, we were able to bring some of that work forward, so actually some of it's been done, which has meant we've been able to reduce that program.
Okay, thank you. And then, sorry, just find the next one. Under housing, on page 8 of that comparison attachment, the budget for social housing grounds renewals which was, over 600,000 over the 10 years, and the budget for social housing hard surface renewals, they've both been removed completely from the last long-term plan. So how are we intending to do any renewals in those areas?
That was actually a change that's consistent with the current consolidating of 3 programs in the social housing space into 180, I believe it is, which is the main social housing one. In order to get some efficiencies there, we've actually combined those 3 together, and we'll deliver what needs to be done in a more prioritised manner through that one program.
Okay, so 180 is a new program combining the 2 other programs, is that what you're saying?
180 is a very long-standing social housing renewals one. I guess what I'm saying for clarity is, rather than having a separate hard surfaces one and grounds one for social housing, we'll simply deliver it all through 180.
So has there been any effective reduction in the amount of money that we're putting in for renewals for social housing, whether or not it's divided up into 3 programs or consolidated as one?
There won't be an overall reduction. However, in the current figures as they sit, we'll probably be, in an effort to smooth that over more time, we'll just be prioritising works as possible. We have seen a little bit of a reduction in tenants moving out of properties in the last few years as well, which has meant that we've been able to save on some of the more reactive refurbishments that we have historically had to undertake when tenants transition.
Okay. And then under holiday park renewals, that has increased substantially from the last long-term plan. I think there was a question about that earlier, wasn't there? Is there any flexibility in that? Because that is quite a, when you total it up over the 10 years, that is a huge increase.
Yes, completely acknowledge that is a fairly substantial increase. The Mayor asked this question yesterday. Quite simply, the assets of the holiday park are in some cases failing, but in many cases actually have deteriorated considerably quicker than we had anticipated. And there is quite a bit of work to be done there, especially around pipes, hard services, electrical, and other such things. So it's going to be quite hard infrastructure related for at least the first 5 or 6 years, as opposed to things like wholesale refurbishments or anything like that.
Okay. And then under, this is probably Chris actually, so thank you, Bryce. Under citywide streetlight renewals, I presume that increased budget that's on page 10, bottom of page 10 of that separate attachment, I presume that increased budget reflects the paper that we had a few weeks ago about the increased need for spend in terms of catching up on the streetlights?
That's correct.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And I think that is it. Thank you.
Just, thanks, councillor. Just on our friends at the holiday park, if we were to signal cutting that right back, bearing in mind it is probably like a World War II camp, it's going to need significant sort of redevelopment if it was to come back to us or to a partner. And so I'm just wanting to understand, it could actually end up in a partnership where we get somebody else to do that work, could it not?
So the current lease expires in about 5 years' time, in which case, leading into that, there would be an opportunity to consider what we wanted to do at that space. I would, based on the assets that are failing, essentially if that was not at that level, I think there is a serious risk that it would essentially not be fit for purpose and essentially wouldn't be able to run, which would actually cost us money. There are a lot of work to be done around the pipes that are failing, lots of leaks, and also quite a few safety issues that could actually pop up. Unfortunately, that one is one of our facilities that, as I said earlier, is failing a lot quicker than we were looking for. So I think irrespective of a significant development that might occur if we change tenant, I think a lot of this work would need to be done regardless, probably.
So are we're not, because as councillors we've been trundled round and there's a new cabin put in and don't get me wrong, it's all good stuff, but you're saying now it's not going to be cabins, it's other stuff.
Correct. So the program that was in place for the best part of 7 years was essentially refurbishing the cabins, which is now complete. But we do have a lot of the supporting infrastructure primarily that is failing. So I am talking pipes, driveways, electrical boards. Quite a few of the roofs are leaking, and the likes.
All right, it's good to understand exactly what it is. I thought it was more cabins being refurbed, but anyway, that's fine. Councillor Harpiter.
Thank you. Mine is on page 16 of that same document that Councillor Johnson's in. It's on the 161 public toilets, so it's probably you, Bryce. I just want to know, for that amount of money, how many public toilets will we be getting? Because there is always demand for public toilets across the city.
Absolutely. That amount essentially reflects one new public toilet a year.
Okay. Okay, second question. On the same page, program 2343, you talked about a new community hub. Where is that one? And
So that program is currently sits, although that's not a renewal.
It's not, yeah, councillor, I don't think that's a renewal, I think that's a capital new.
It
Okay.
is. I can either
Wait.
defer that answer or answer it now, whatever you'd prefer.
No, well, we can quickly answer it now and then it's done.
All right. That program that you can see there is the Awapuni Community Hub. Noting that a report with a bit more detail on the scope of that is actually coming to council on the 6th of December. So we are a bit back to front in terms of that conversation.
can I ask you a follow-up question? Where's the build part of that? Because that just looks like a business case in there at the moment. And is there a partnership attached to it?
2343 we're referring to?
Yeah.
So the $500,000 up front is the design of that, and then the following $14,000 amounts is the construction.
14 million.
14 million,
Gonna
sorry.
say.
I
A very
wish it-
cheap building at 14,000.
I wish it was 14,000.
Yeah, so that's the construction there. Currently, that program is not tagged to external funding. That's not to say that there couldn't be some opportunities potentially.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, councillor Naylor.
Thank you. Just one question from me on renewals. Councillor Barrett's recommendation to smooth and reduce, the renewals over a 5-year period rather than that 3-year period. If that's supported by elected members, there are other programs that some of us have got that we were interested in proposing to defer or change. Would it be useful for officers to have those programs discussed and voted on in addition to the direction to smooth, or would it be more helpful just to leave officers to go away and figure that out and come back? I mean, is there a preference from officers on that?
So if I'm hearing you right, you're suggesting either option A would be being quite specific about which ones to move versus go away and come back with an option. I personally probably prefer option A, and then we can come back and tell you, what the implications of those would be. I suppose the advantage with 2 is that, if you say, well, look, we just need to take X million out, we can then go and do some analysis and try and come up with our view about what we think the sort of best worst case scenario around, moving things out is. Up to you.
So can we, is it helpful to do both, I guess, is what I'm asking?
At the same time.
Yeah.
We'll just get the CEO to comment.
Yeah, through the chair, actually, it'd probably be a combination of the both. Is that if you had some desire to kind of smooth it out over a longer period of time, but that you also had in your mind about reducing specific programs, it would help us target those particular programs in the smoothing process.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful.
Councillor Hancock.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Look, I've just got one question, and it's just on page 10 of, page 10, and it's program 2357. It's just Bunnythorpe Transport Pavement and Footpath Renewals. That's been zeroed out. Is there something else in the budget which I've missed?
No, that's a straight error. The line above it, the one that was proposed on the 3rd of November, that's still reflected. So that's unchanged from where it was in the medium line. That's just a straight error. Apologies, Councillor.
Great, thank you, Bryce. Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Right. We're going to go to these two first, and then I'm going to get Councillor Barrett's recommendation up. And then I suggest, Councillor Naylor, if you've got something, that you put them up, and any other councillors if you have, and then we can tidy off the renewals and give officers a bit of an understanding of what our views are. So, renewal assumptions here, recommendations to council, and remembering that we can change this again. The council confirmed the following planning assumptions for the development of the long-term plan 2024 to 34. C, that council will remain committed to funding the level of renewals deemed necessary to protect the city's assets and maintain levels of service. And D, the council will continue to fund renewals from rates, and that the annual amount be based on a projected rolling 3-year average. I'm happy to move that, and seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Councillors, this just gets us started. I think the devil will be in the detail when we come to some of the other recommendations, which, again, I just thank people for putting forward. Gives us a bit of a way forward. So, are there any commentary on this? Okay, have we got technology today? Yes. Great, fantastic. All right, I'm not going to talk any more on this. We'll put these two to the vote, please. It's passed 14-4 with one abstention. Thank you. Okay, we will now get Councillor Barrett's Okay, so we've got here on renewals, attachment 1, that a version of the draft LTP capital renewal program starting at 32 million in year 1 and stepping up to no more than 40 million per annum by year 5, and then no more by 55 million per annum by year 10, be prepared for consideration alongside the OPEX programs for council meeting on the 13th of December 2023. Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Colleagues, I'll tell you what day has dawned in this council when I'm the one up talking about not investing in capital renewals, and it is a day that brings me no joy. I know that doing this puts real pressure on staff, puts real pressure on community, and real pressure on community assets, so I do not go here lightly, but it is my view that we need to go here, as I think a number of your questions have alluded to around areas of concern, around specific programs. This gives that both and opportunity that the Chief Executive referred to give some overall guidance around where we want the envelope to land, and then we can go and look at any specific programs as well. So to be clear, my view is that we do need to step up renewals. Absolutely. We've heard it over and over again in this chamber. But we can take it a bit slower, and this is a chance to do that. So it's the same start point, it's the same end point. It just means that that 40 million slides along a little bit further. It's not in year 3 anymore, it's in year 5. The second thing, and very importantly what this recommendation does, is that it brings us this information back at the most appropriate time in the decision-making cycle. The impact here is more around rates. In fact, it is almost exclusively around rates rather than a balance sheet question. So it is much more appropriate that we get the opportunity to look at a reshape program alongside the OPEX and make those final balancing decisions on the 13th of December, shaping this plan for work through into February. So would ask you to very much support this so that we can give some clear guidance to officers around the way forward. Again, it brings me no joy, but this is a necessary constraint.
Thank you, Councillor. Now, I've got some in the queue. You're speaking on this?
Yeah.
Councillor Naylor.
Yeah, thank you. I'm really happy to second this. I believe this direction indicates that we are prepared to invest in a big step up in capital renewals. Those of us around the table 3 years ago will recall that we already did a significant step 3 years ago, and our last LTP had 341 million in capital renewals. What's outlined in attachment 1 is 446 million, which is a 30% increase from 3 years ago. What Councillor Barrett has proposed here is still a 20-something% increase. If we were to go 32, 34, 36, up to 50 throughout the 10-year period, that would indicate a 20% increase. But what this recommendation outlines is actually in excess of that. So I have a little bit of a different view to Councillor Barrett, but at the same time fully support this. My view is that this is a significant step up. It's less than what's outlined in our papers, but we need to increase in a meaningful and responsible way whilst considering the impact on that on ratepayers, particularly because renewals are rates funded. The environment that we're in at the moment does not support a 30% increase in renewals. So I think that 20-something% is still a very significant increase. So I would urge you to support this as a more responsible way to increase our renewals.
Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I will support this, but I want to acknowledge that it does involve a degree of risk. However, having said that, I think we're in a very difficult situation as a council, and we need to balance the renewal requirements against the other things that we also have to get ratepayers money for. One is operating programmes, and one is the interest and repayment of capital. And these all need to be balanced. I don't think we'd be doing the community a service to tie up a disproportionate amount of money in renewals and then find ourselves having to cut key community projects, be they operational or capital new, as a result. So the other point I wanted to make is that many of these renewals are now falling into our wheelhouse, where we had anticipated that government reforms would take the need to pay for renewals after the next couple of years in the waters areas into the regional water entities. And yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to make a political statement. Had things been different, we wouldn't be looking at this pinch point at this point now. And not only has this now fallen to us to do, it's fallen to us to do at a time of high inflation, particularly in terms of construction costs, and it's fallen to us to do without any additional funding from government whatsoever at this point. And I think that we need to understand that. I've been puzzling, some of you will remember from the questions on Wednesday, as to why we were in this situation now. But some of it definitely is due to the fact that we are now liable for the full sum of capital renewal and renewal on all of the water's infrastructures, where we had anticipated that that would not be the case. So I think we need to bear that in mind, and it needs to be said, the public need to understand why we're in this situation, and this is part of it. So I think it needs to be clearly stated. So I'm not very keen to be reducing renewals below where staff say we need to be. I accept that wherever renewals are reduced, there will be a risk of failure and potentially increased maintenance budgets. I am usually someone who is quite risk averse, as has been commented on more than once. But in this environment, I just think we are going to have to take some risks, and this is one of them. So I'd urge you to support this.
Councillor Dennison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was also wanting to probably put some political statement on the lead of Councillor Johnson into that water space, because that is actually an important aspect that we need to consider when we're actually looking at these renewals. It has a huge impact. But I'd cast the decisions around 2 years ago when we were looking at exploring some questions that we wanted to scope out when the proposition of having the three waters come into one entity, into those 4 local authorities. And the government of the day saw best to mandate it rather than having a consultative process, which was indicated right from the very beginning with an opt-in, opt-out proposition. And that option never existed for us. And so we haven't had the time to scope out how we could have done this in the other various ways rather than the mandate approach. So I feel like that decision's put us 2 years behind, because we would have had that information if that played out. So that's the shortfall that we now have to suck up. And I think there's a very compelling proposition for our consent conditions to be extended by 2 years to give us more space in this process to allow it to have the considerations that are necessary when we're weighing up not only the financial implications, but the ongoing operational cost and viability of it. So that's the political lens I would like to just kind of balance that view from, and I feel that's fair and equal too. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Harper.
I'm not going to make a political statement. I'm going to vote against this, and the reason I'm going to vote against it is because officers gave us very good reasons why we should support their recommendations, and it was because the interest rates had gone up and because of the inflation costs. And that's why I'm backing what the officers have told us today, and it's not for any political reasons at all, and I don't think that we should bring politics into the chamber. I am saying that out loud because that's what I believe. I am listening to what the officers have said. Sorry, I'm talking. And that's why I'm backing what the officers have said, and I'm putting my statement out there that I think that what they have said is what we should be listening to, and I think it's the inflation costs and the interest rates, and that's why the costs are what they are, and that's why I back what they have put up to us. So if this fails, I will go back to put the recommendations up to what they have put up, and I will support that. Thank you.
Councillor Bowen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm really scared about speaking in case it becomes accidentally political. I'm speaking to explain the general process that I'll be bringing to this decision making, and I really appreciate this proposal coming forward because for me this isn't about whether I accept or don't accept the officers' advice. I accept it as their best professional advice going into what we all know is a hideous process where the maths does not land us in a place that anybody, probably officers included, is comfortable with. So for me, this is actually really useful in terms of process to establish an envelope at each of these levels that we can then do some manoeuvring within. For me, it would not be helpful to go line by line at this stage because there's a lot of information still to come. We even heard in questions and answers that there's reports still coming through council, as we step through this process. So for me, I'm comfortable comfortable, that's not a word I'm going to be using very much in this debate at all, I don't think. I'm okay with establishing an envelope, recognising that there will be winners and losers within that. And that's where the debate will come with our community and when we bring this long-term plan draft back to be signed off as to what exactly that looks like. But where we're at is trying to find an envelope that allows us to address each of these issues as we go through, from capital renewals right through to those community programmes. And so I don't want to be in a position where we get to the operational community programmes where we've already allocated all of the money and there's nothing left there. So I don't like this. I'm not comfortable with it, but it's going to be necessary. And that's why I'll support it. And I think that will be the approach that I'll take as we go through to try and create some headroom in a different non-debt related discussion for those operational programmes that our community have asked us to consider. And then we'll take it to them to decide. Thank you.
Before I go back to you, Councillor, look, thanks for bringing this forward. I think this is all about balance, and yes, it is a bit political, to be really honest. I mean, some of you do want the nicer things, and I agree that is what shapes your city and makes your city what it is, but this is all about balance, and some hard decisions need to be made. Renewals really is about looking after what you've already got. So I too have some difficulty in smoothing this out. And look, I respect the officers, what the advice they've given us and what they originally proposed. And let's be honest, there's been 2 iterations of it too. So I'm not even 100% sure that the officers are totally comfortable with what's here too. So this is a very difficult position to be in. But as Councillor Naylor said, there's still significant increases in here. It's not as if we're not doing things. We're not running the city down by any means. We're still going to be put upward of 20% on top of what we already had in long-term plans, and acknowledging that there has been quite significant increases in costs too. But this is all about being financially prudent and responsible, because if we don't start with this, it's going to get worse. So I'm very happy to support it. Thank you to the councillors that put it forward. We did need to find a sort of a happy medium, and I think this gets us smoothed out and balanced really, really well, still looking after what we have. So I'm very happy to support it. Councillor Barrett, back to you for right of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to briefly acknowledge colleagues for their good humour. We're going to need it today.
All right, on that note, we will vote, please. And that is passed, 14 votes for and 1 against. Okay, Councillor Barrett, you have 2 further recommendations there, and then we have a number of others. So I'll come back to you with the next one. Let me get that up. Okay, so our second one there is that the Chief Executive investigate and report to Council prior to the June 2024 on options to transition out of small vehicle fleet ownership and long-term leases with a view to utilisation of a car share or similar services financial year 27 onwards. So it's been moved by you, Councillor Barrett, seconded by Councillor Wood, who's online. Over to you, Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll try to be brief, colleagues, on this. It links to Programme 1879. Both of these recommendations do. The point around transition here, I think, is best illustrated by the fact that Air New Zealand used to own all their planes. Why was that? Well, it's because they didn't have a better model back then. There are better models now. And that's principally around cost effectiveness and around a high degree of flexibility. And it's very much the same now in terms of small vehicle fleets and what's available to organizations. So I've had a couple questions about what is car share and shared mobility. It's not ownership. It's not lease. You think about it a lot more like Flamingo or a Lime scooter hire, but with proper car parking. We're not talking about getting onto the footpaths here. These car share models are working well in other cities, including here in New Zealand, and many organizations are moving away from fleet ownership, or at least away from exclusive fleet ownership. And again, the reasons around that is because that ownership comes with a very high cost and a very, very low level of flexibility. So this moves you into a much more flexible, dynamic fleet resource, which could potentially have a real upside for us as an organization, as well as other strategic partners in the city, other large organizations, as well as the community at large. There have been some informal conversations around this, and this is just really a chance to bring it more squarely in terms of advice coming to us here in the chamber. Those of you that have seen the responses to questions from from myself, and the responses from officers will note that there is some information just to hand that officers can work with, I think, to bring us some meaningful information. I don't know that we'll necessarily be able to land a decision that will impact this LTP in terms of the dollars. It may be able to impact this LTP in terms of actions that we want to signal for the future, but regardless, I think it's timely that we elevate this conversation to the chamber and actually get some information coming to us around those options, so that we can hopefully get to a space where we're managing fleet in a way that has benefits not only for this organization, but for the wider community as well. Again, this is just asking for a report back, so please do get behind it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Look, I'll make a couple of comments before, if there's any others. I'm going to support this. We actually have a car share business, City Hop, that's owned by a business headquartered in the city. So there is options on our doorstep. And I've experienced this firsthand in Auckland with city partners, and it is worth exploring. And I think Councillor Barrett is right. There are other options available for us. Our current small vehicle fleet and the ownership model that we run is a traditional model. If we go down into the basement now, I guarantee you the majority of them will be sitting there, underutilised. And I can tell you they'll be definitely sitting there underutilised at the weekend and in the evening. So when we're faced with some of these challenges, we do need to look at other options. Is there other partnership options? So I think this really just signals to our officers via the Chief Executive that can we look at what are other options for us? I think just continuing to buy cars, yes, we get a great purchase rate with all of government purchasing power, but is that still the best way to do things? Maybe it's a hybrid. Maybe we do keep some cars, but certainly have a look at what is there. I've been approached by City Hop many times, and we just can't seem to get any traction. But the city, if the city was to look at something like this, I think you'd find you'd have other partners coming on board as well. Just not the city, health board, university, other government agencies, other bigger businesses that are based in our city. So I think we could actually start quite a conversation here that would have more than just the city involved. So I'm very happy to support it. There being no other speakers, you don't need a right to reply, do you? No, you don't. Thank you. Right, we'll vote. It's passed. 15 votes for and none against. Thank you. Right, our next one there, if we could just move that up, is around, again, from Councillor Barrett, and this is that program 1879, council plant and vehicle replacements be reduced by at least 50,000 per annum in years 1 to 10 in the drafting of the 24-34 long-term plan, with all savings to be applied to council's small vehicle fleet. And back to you, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, colleagues, and this again refers to answers back from officers to recent questions where they identified that this was an available level of savings. Notably, in the officer's response, it was in years 1 and 2. This is extending that discipline out across years 1 to 10, and it's also identifying 50K as a minimum, and obviously based on discussion so far, I think those around this table would be open to higher offers. This is about putting in savings in a more specific way, and I guess it's transitioning from that overall cap that we just talked about and smoothing through to some specific things. And I'd give you by way of example in terms of how we've made savings in this way before, is the furniture example that the mayor referred to before, and I think we can just think of cars as furniture with wheels and get on with it. Thank you.
Oh, the humour is coming out. Well done. There's no other speakers. I'm just going to say I support you, councillor. So we'll go to the vote. It's passed 15 votes for, none against. Right. Just a moment, we'll get the other recommendations up. Okay, this is around program 1242, the CET arena replacement for the big be subject to 50% external funding and the drafting of the 24-34 long-term plan. And that's moved by Councillor Naylor, seconded by Councillor Hancock. Councillor Naylor.
Thank you. This is quite a sizable sum of money in year 2 and is in acknowledging the Chief Executive's information back on Wednesday that there is already some external funding that is available to contribute towards this, I guess alerted me to the fact that that is a potential item that we could look to seek external funding. If that wasn't able to be raised, then my view would be that that item could be pushed out to further years for further consideration in the next LTP. But 884,000 is significant, and I think I'd just like you to consider that as a pragmatic way to reduce some of that cost.
Councillor Wood online. We're just trying to connect you. One moment, caller. We'll be with you in a second. Perhaps I'll speak while we're trying to fix it. I mean, being the sports nut that I am, I mean, I find this really hard, but we are having to make some really difficult decisions. So I will support this on the basis that I know that there probably is some external funding for this with other trusts, sponsors and philanthropic organisations. Is that William? No. So, councillor, I'm more than happy in the spirit of being balanced and fair that we do need to look at some of our own projects that we do hold dear. So I will support it at this stage. Have we got William back? Okay. Councillor Wood, are you good with sign language? No.
Through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor Wood has a question. The question is, would it be feasible, given we've already received $150,000 from Mercury, would this compromise any sponsorship agreement we have with them?
That's a really good question. We'd probably just have to take that on notice and then perhaps bring that back when we do further deliberations around that. I think it's probably the best approach.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, councillor. All right, back to you, Councillor Naylor, if the right reply. No? Great. We will vote, please. Oh, that's passed. 14 votes for and 1 against. Okay, we'll go through to the next one, which is program 1127, the Victoria Esplanade Shade House and Bonsai Display of 611,000 be deferred to years 4 and 5 in the drafting of the 24-34 LTP. And again, that's moved by Councillor Naylor, seconded by Councillor Hancock. Councillor Naylor.
Thank you. I just want to acknowledge that all programs within this attachment are important, including this one. However, if I look down the list and think, what programs could I live with deferring for maybe another 1 or 2 years? This is one that stands out. 311,000 and 299,000 in year 2 and 3. To push that out to year 4 and 5 does just assist the officers with the process of smoothing that and giving a bit of direction where identifying something that perhaps is a little bit further down the priority list than some of the others in this attachment.
Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This raises some questions for me that I'd like to put to officers. Can we just clarify again the state of this particular asset, where it is?
Kathy Dever-Todd, Group Manager, Parks and Logistics. The Structural Engineer's report has said that the shade house is at end of life. The shade house, however, hasn't fallen over. So we are now moving into a relatively high risk situation. Councillors' officers have already pushed it out to year 2 and 3 to try and smooth. Pushing out to 4 and 5 does increase the risk that it may at some stage have to be closed to the public.
And just so I'm clear with what this is that kind of entranceway into the wider glass house?
Yes, it is. It's a wooden structure, and the wooden structure itself is failing.
And if it were to completely fail, would we have alternate access to that glass house, or would it just shut down the whole thing?
We would have to create some sort of entrance and probably do some sort of demolition to do that.
Thank you.
Councillor Bowen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Also some questions as a result of this, if that's okay. So through you, I wonder, of that programme, what proportion is the bonsai display element?
Following on from Councillor's direction, this is a single structure with a display within it for the bonsai. So this is not a separate area off to the side for the bonsai. So the councillor direction was that this was an amount that they were comfortable for all of that. We haven't reworked the design at this stage. We're actually just in the process of doing that now.
Thank you. And following up from that, recognising that the bonsai display is a gift that keeps on giving to council, I wondered if, in the officer's opinion, there might be some external funding towards housing the display that we could potentially source from community or philanthropic.
I'm sorry, not being a funding expert, that's not a question I can give you an answer to.
Well, I'm not a funding expert either, but I'll probably hazard a comment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not going to support this as it's written, because I do think we're running a risk of a very public asset, which is, we've heard through many iterations of recent planning, is at end of life and does have, if it fails, we're going to end up spending more money trying to maintain access. But I do think there is a way, so potentially if this fails, I'll look to move that we stick with what's in the plan, but seek external funding towards a portion of that bonsai display in order to mitigate that cost. So on that basis, I won't support this, and I'll move an alternative if this fails.
Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Look, I will support it in the interests of trying to keep as open mind as possible about where we can make some savings. But I also do note that there is still a renewals budget for the Victoria Esplanade, which is reasonably substantial, and therefore, you know, there might be able to be some repairs made if needed. I just think when we're looking at all of the areas of council work, I guess Councillor Bowen talked about what her approach would be. My approach is going to be that programmes that impact on our people are going to be the priority for me. And in that case, I just think this is a deferral that I'm prepared to accept. So, thank you.
Councillor Harper.
I won't support it, and I get a little bit tired of everybody saying this is going to push it out to external funding and fundraising. There is only a limited amount of fundraising in that fundraising bucket in the external environment, and it is quite hard to get it, and it's only targeted for certain things. So I just think that these are precious items that we have got and things that we have built up, our treasures for council, and we should look after and preserve some of our treasures. So I won't support this one.
Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and with appreciation to the mover and seconder on this, I'm also unable to support. The Esplanade is, well, we all know what it is. It's a gem in the middle of the city, and it's the reason that a lot of people visit the city. It's the reason that you talk to people, what's the number one thing they enjoy about the city? Quite often the Esplanade comes up, and we have a number of great things there, not least amongst them Wild Base, a brand new mini golf course, a child playground, et cetera, et cetera. And we have a little bit of a shade house that looks practically abandoned right in the center of it. I mean, come on, how cheap can we be? We need to get on with actually allowing the officers to follow the advice they've had around this being at end of life. Let's fix it.
Councillors, thanks for the commentary both ways, and you've swayed me a bit here. Councillor Barrett is right. The Esplanade is one of our crown jewels, and when we hosted the New Zealand Garden Festival a number of years ago, and Kathy and the Parks team were very much part of that, they wrote back to me at the end and thanked us and said the Peter Black Conservatory was world class. This is the experts in gardens, and that was a real credit to our staff and also former staff, i.e. Peter Black. So we're only kicking the can 1 year down the track here. I mean, it just, to me, I'm not going to support it because I do think we need to do something there. Councillor Barrett's right. Go and have a drive or walk down there and have a look. It looks pretty average, and it has been what the officers would term, they've sweated the asset, absolutely wrung every little sweat out of it, and I do think we need to fix something with it. Yes, there possibly is some external funding, maybe, but again, like Councillor Harper has said, we've just got to be careful we don't push everything to an IFF or an external funder, because yes, there's got to be partnerships, I get all of that, but this is probably one that the city probably needs to put its hand up and say that's something that we need to renew. This is a renewal in that sense. So I won't support it, and look, if something else comes back up, we'll look at that when it does. Back to you, Councillor Naylor. No. Okay, we'll put it to the please. That has failed. 4 votes for and 11 against. Okay, we'll go to your the next one, and this is that program 2364, the city Christmas tree in the square, 104,000 in year 3 be removed in the drafting of the 24-34 long-term plan. Councillor Naylor.
Thank you. I think when times are tough, you don't buy stuff that you don't really need. And I think there are some really good, in my view, preferable alternatives to a tinsel Christmas tree. My preference would be to use a real tree. You know, we can decorate a real tree. I don't think we need to spend $104,000 on this in year 3. So I'd urge you to support this.
Thank you, Councillor. I feel like the Christmas Grinch doing this, but I have to agree. This is possibly an asset, and here I go. I'm being a bit flippy-floppy here. We can probably sweat this asset a little bit more. But in all seriousness, if the community felt so strongly about this, we'd have somebody, a service club or somebody coming forward and saying, we're going to own this and we want to do it. And I suspect we probably would get that too. This is one area which I think has service clubs all over it. And while the city's really struggling to balance books, this is something, Councillor, you're so right. It's nice, and don't get me wrong, I think we should be celebrating and everything else, but it's something that perhaps can be put on the back burner. Councillor Johnson.
I have to say I'm really struggling with this. Like it just feels really mean-spirited, honestly. We did use a Pahutakawa tree in the square for a couple of years, and I have to say it was underwhelming. And that was the feedback that we got from community, which is why we went back to the artificial tree. This is really a tricky one, because I think we just need to be careful that we're not removing everything that gives a bit of joy and, just taking a really hard line on things. So I still don't really know how I'm going to vote on this, to be honest. I think it could be a step too far. Thank you.
Councillor Wood online.
Mr. Mayor, can you hear me now?
We can.
Lovely. Just could I ask a question first? I apologise if I missed something on Wednesday, but just to be clear, why was this 106,000 there in the first place? Is the existing tree no longer fit for purpose? Is it going to fall down if we put it up again after year 3, or what's wrong with the existing one that we need to replace it?
I'll just get one of the officers to respond to you.
Donna Baker, CE unit. At the moment, we do have a tree. It's gone up in the last earlier this week. We hadn't been able to use it for a couple of years because it had been damaged, and that has now been fixed. The events team have indicated that it is getting towards its end of life and indicated that the cost would be required to replace the tree.
Okay, could I speak briefly to that, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Look, colleagues, I mean, of course we need to find savings in the budget, but I probably would look to more lumpy and meaningful changes than cutting $106,000 out to kill Christmas. I won't be supporting this. I'm sorry, we still need to have a little bit of a Christmas joy as we go through this quite harrowing process. And I'm sure we will be able to find $106,000 elsewhere. I'll go through the operational budgets and those when we get them, and I'll make a commitment to you today that I will find at least $106,000 to offset the need to kill Christmas in the square. So I won't be supporting this. Sorry to other councillors.
Councillor Harpiter.
Know what I'm going to say. I'm not going to support this. I can't support this one. It's a real tough one for me. But I also agree with the Mayor. I also think that we could get a service club behind us, and I think that a service club like the Milson Rotary would be really good to get behind this. I think that'd be a great club to support Christmas. So I just think that's the kind of club that would really support a Christmas tree. So don't we all agree here, Milson Rotary?
Councillor Bowen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm hoping Milson Rotary are watching online so that they're aware of the things we're moving off our books and onto theirs. What a terrible timing to talk about this the week we put the Christmas tree up. But I am going to support this, and my thinking on that is that we're taking it out of year 3 of the long-term plan. That actually gives us a couple of years to talk to the community, Milson Rotary and others potentially, to take soundings from our community as to whether they see a renewal of the tree the way we've always done it is the way we want to continue doing it, whether there are alternative options such as Councillor Naylor's real tree proposal, maybe not the Putakawa, maybe an actual tree, although the Norway tree in London doesn't always go down well either. But there are different ways of looking at this, and I think we can take this out now. It's a tiny saving, Councillor Wood is right, but it's signalling to our community that actually this is serious. You know, we're not cancelling Christmas, but we are recognising that this budget does not add up, and there are cuts that are coming across the piece, and Christmas is not immune to those. And I'd rather cut a tree than cut a Christmas event. And if that's where we get to, then this is the least of those for me. So I'll cut it.
Councillor Dennison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's one of those community spirit elements in my mind. And what message are we sending to delete the program entirely? When I first come to council, I learned 3 D words when we come to these budgets. One is decreasing a budget, one is deleting a budget, and one is deferring a budget. And I'd much rather that we just deferred it into year 4 and have a new council consider it in the plans. And it's still got line of sight, it's still got thinking about it, but it's just pushing it out for the next long-term plan to consider it at that point. So my comfortable feeling would be, I get the sentiments around the pressure on the budget, but to defer it in this case to year 4 would be what I think would be the proposition. You can always bring it forward if things change, but it's not likely in this next period. Thank you.
Sorry, was there a question of the mover then about changing it from moving to deferring it?
If they want to keep the vote, otherwise that's my suggestion. I could give a notice of motion if they want to follow through on deleting it. But it wasn't so much a question. If I need to put it as a notice of motion, perhaps I will if this fails. But all things said and done, even in year 3 we get that opportunity anyway at a later date. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Councillor Barrett.
I was just going to offer to second it if Councillor Dennison was going to put up defer to year 4.
Okay. All right. There's nobody else wishing to speak to that, and I'll go back to right of reply. Councillor Naylor.
Thank you. I'm certainly very keen for us to create some Christmas joy, and there's many ways that we do that as council. A tinsel tree is not dependent on that, and as Councillor Bowen has already said, I think the investment that we make in terms of events is probably much more of a high priority, and is more financially and is more in line with our environmental goals as well. I hear the suggestion of pushing it out to year 4, and that is a worthy consideration. However, I would prefer us to take it out at this point, because the suggestions that some have made about community groups stepping up, they're not really going to be interested in doing that if it's already in the budget only 1 year further out. So I think it makes more sense to take it out. If the community really want to spend more money and put it back in, they'll tell us that. I think it makes more sense to take it out. So I'd urge you to support this.
Okay. We will vote. And it's failed. 7 votes for and 8 against. I'm glad we're still laughing. Yeah, no, there's a bit of water to go under the bridge yet. Excuse the pun, but so notice a motion to come back up. If we've got that, please.
Change from year 3 to year 4, the long-term plan.
Seconder was Councillor Barrett. Yeah, thank you. Deferred to year 4. And if you can just delete the previous one at the top there. Okay. Councillor Dennison, you don't need to speak to this, do you? You've saved Christmas, so, all right. You can see what the headline's going to be, can't you? All right. We're going to vote on the Christmas tree being saved, so we'll vote on that, please. That is passed. Votes for, none against. Right, we're going to do a catch-all now just around renewals, because there's been a number of little things pop up. And I'm looking to move that council will stage the increase in the level of renewals as attachment 1, subject to carried motions above to manage the short impact on rates requirement. Moved by myself, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. I won't speak to this, I think it's self-explanatory. It just wraps everything together. Thank you for your patience. We will vote. It's passed, 15 votes for and none against. All right, we will move now to growth. We'll do growth, small-ish. Councillors, look, we will stop at 12. There is another meeting which a few of us need to be in online, and then we'll be back in the chamber at 1, just so if you're planning things. Okay, looking to growth, and if I could ask some questions. It's in our papers, our general papers, around capital growth. A couple of questions to the officers. And program, it's on page 29 of our papers, program 1856 around city reserves and the Roxburgh entrance. Is that linked? I mean, obviously it's linked into the master plan of the river, the lineal river park, but can it be deferred or can it come back in at a later date?
Kathy Deaver-Todd, Group Manager Parks and Logistics. The Roxburgh Reserve program is as a result of the council decisions on the rezoning of the wider area. So that was a council decision to do that connection. In terms of could it be deferred, it really depends on the timing of the private developer and when the section would be available for purchase.
Okay, thank you. Just moving down the list there, program 2299, which is a new water supply bore for Milson Line. It's 8 million. That's obviously deemed as necessary from officers, Mike?
Mike Monaghan, Group Manager for Three Waters. The service report has informed us that the water supply over that Milson area will not be meeting levels of service as growth and development occurs in that area. So this brought us to accommodate for that.
Okay. And just out to Ashurst, and probably back to you, Kathy. Program 1860 around urban growth, reserves, purchase and development. As there is a lot of, it's got, reserves are in abundance at Ashurst, and it's one of its special features. Is this a new area which has been, is this a new subdivision? Is it North Street, is it? Is that where we're talking?
Yes, that's correct. This is tied into the plan change, so based on the information and the reserve needs for the development of those new residential areas.
Great, thank you. And then further down, 2124, with Ashurst new roads, and again quite a lot there, 7.5 million. Is that tied to subdivisions, or is it something new? It falls out a bit later, year 5 through to 10, but there's quite a lot there. I just wondered what those new roads were.
Yeah, Bryce Hosking, Acting Group Manager of Transport and Development, for this answer. A little bit of both. It is a little bit of direct growth from subdivisions, but it is also some work that's sort of tied a bit into Pinity and a bit of a precursor there too.
Ah, okay. Okay. And then contributions to developer and program 201, where we have quite a significant top up that we have to make around transport of nearly 2.5 million. Is that because our residential DCs are too low? Why are we topping up a development contribution? Just seems odd.
So those groups of programs that have been listed as contributions to developer, they're where a developers are responsible for providing local infrastructure, but from time to time it makes sense that there is a connection that's achieved that has broader network benefits. So as an example, we're talking to landowners in the industrial park at the moment about, as they develop, how we get that connection through from El Prado Drive through to Richardson's Line. That wouldn't solely be the responsibility of the developer. There'd be network benefits. As an example, Abbey Road connections, those sorts of things. So it's where we can get some more logical network outcomes where we're working with the developer.
Okay. And in terms of this is all tied to questions around growth. In terms of our revenue from growth, when do we have the discussions, or how do we speak to you about the residential DCs? Because I think there is a bit of linkage here.
Yeah, so certainly we're doing some further work at the moment on the DC policy. Ultimately, the DC policy is influenced by the final inputs, so the final decisions you make around growth. So if there's more growth costs, then you'd expect that to be reflected in the DCs. But ultimately, if there's more growth costs, you'd expect there's more growth to pay for that. But at the moment, the policy review is focusing on two key changes. One is how within the methodology we can transition more growth to residential, and how we can look at a more equitable way in which non-residential development fees are applied. So more a more user-pays basis. So a wet industry should be paying significantly more than a dry distribution warehouse. But ultimately, once you make the decisions, the council makes the decisions around growth, we then put that into the model, run the scenarios on the fees, and we'll be looking at what comes out based on those two policy changes that we've talked about.
Okay, and just over the page, page 30, I think it is here, Longburn, around new water supply bore, and then right on program 2301, and then right underneath it, 2312 around industrial stormwater. That's obviously new, Mike, is it? And why are we doing that when it was private? Is it our responsibility to do all that?
The bore at Longburn, it was always in the long-term plan to have a second bore at Longburn, but working with LPL, before we will take on the water network, we need to have a bore that's meeting all the new drinking water standards. So the new bore development in Longburn will do that, and that will be the future supply for Longburn.
Right. So 6.5 million, it's sort of future-proofing Longburn, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. And then the stormwater at which is in years 3, 4 and 5, is that because we just basically don't have any stormwater there or very little?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, okay. All right. I'll go to councillors. Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to explore a little bit the responses I got to written questions. I'd put a question to officers around the potential of packaging Northeast Industrial Zone and Aokau into a IFF investment vehicle. Got quite a bit of written commentary back around Northeast Industrial Zone. Didn't see anything in the writing around Aokau year 4, and just wanted to see if there's anything that officers wanted to add to the conversation by way of that particular option.
Yes, so just to clarify, I guess in terms of the Northeast Industrial Zone advice, that was on the basis that I think what we have there is Te Utanganui in the Northeast Industrial Zone is our single solution to large floor plate freight and distribution activity. So if we were to put that into IFF or some other external funding and that wasn't to come to fruition, then we've got all our eggs in one basket to provide for industrial growth. So. And that advice also said, I guess there is potentially greater flexibility with the residential growth programs because you can rely on, some of the other greenfield areas that we have in train or about to be zoned, or a greater reliance on intensification infill city centre to fill the void if there was delays in infrastructure, which was delaying further zoning. In terms of Aokau, so my broad advice is as best as possible, we need to try and make sure that those areas that are zoned or about to be zoned, we have council funding to support those. But I guess that needs to be, reflecting about our comments on Wednesday, that part of our job here is to help you get a long-term plan. And I think your words on Wednesday was the least bad. I guess when I look at the packages here, Aokau is potentially the least bad, in inverted commas. And I say that because I guess it's of a size and package that if you were looking at external funding, you could put it together. Or there's a potential maybe for some developer agreements with some of the landowners there. What I would say though with Aokau is we have a hearing in the chamber next week on the rezoning, and certainly there is an expectation through the NPSUD that we have growth programs in our LTP to support growth that we're proposing. If you were to go to IFF or external funding, technically the programs would be in your LTP or our LTP, but they'd be subject to external funding, being IFF or some other external, which is potentially no different to Waka Kotahi co-funding to growth programs. But I would say there's a risk, I guess, that if we made this decision today and we communicated that to commissioners next week, that there's an element of risk that there may be questions about, well, does the council have a funding commitment to support the growth planned at Aokau? So it may be that you make an interim decision if around Aokau, and that's shared with the commissioner panel next week. But it's hard for me to provide advice about how the commissioners are going to interpret the requirement for funding to be in the LTP to support zoning if it's got IFF external funding tagged to it. So
thank you.
Yeah.
So to your point of an interim decision, as I understand the language that we're using today is in the drafting of, would that be a sufficient indication that that's an interim decision?
Yes, and we would be obliged to share that next week with the commissioners, and when we come back on the 13th or 20th, we can circle back and share how that had been responded to.
Thank you.
So I'm just going to cut you off there for a moment. So, Councillor Johnson, you have some.
Sorry, I do need to declare an interest at this point.
And I tried to.
Yeah,
it was going on.
And so I'll just declare an interest. I am on the panel for the Aokau hearing. I will not be partaking in this discussion or voting. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Barrett, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to explore a little bit further then, selecting year 4 as a cutoff point, so locking 3 years into the LTP and then transitioning out at year 4. Any advice on whether year 4 or 5 might land differently?
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's less risky. But ultimately, I think the commissioners will be looking at what's required to service the entire Kotiri plan change. I guess the other broad option for a Kotiri rather than the IFF and external would be, there, as I alluded to on Wednesday, there's some evidence emerging that particularly the transport projects can be deferred based on our initial assessment of the effects. So an alternative to the IFF external funding would be to push the transport projects out sort of 3 to 4 years. I mean, that wouldn't remove it all from the 10-year plan, but some of the transport stuff would then fall off the back of the 10-year window.
Yeah, so given the uncertainty around timing and process, I assume there's a likely appeal to Environment Court, would we say? Possible appeal?
Look, I think given the issues that have been traversed through the Kotiri plan change, the likelihood of an appeal is probably medium to high.
Thank you. So what would that mean then in terms of kind of overall timing and implications? When might we actually be able to activate investment?
The hearings next week, and probably expect a decision towards the end of the first quarter. So, if there was an Environment Court appeal, it would be late next calendar year, early 25 probably. Yeah.
And that might have an influence on the quantum of investment actually needed to drive the program.
I think the appeals are going to be less. I suspect if there was, I mean, the experts involved in the process are reaching a conclusion around the timing. There may well be other submitters who think that no investment's required to enable growth.
Yeah. Fair. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Naylor.
Thank you. Just in the IFF additional information that Cam sent through, there's an indication there that, where is it? Anyway, that it will cost, it is likely the cost to residents will be slightly more than if funded the traditional way through LGFA. What do you mean by slightly more? Like how much? As a percentage, is that significant, or is it? Will that make a meaningful difference to how much people would actually end up having to pay?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, very hard to quantify at this point, because what happens is that the Crown Infrastructure Partners basically go to market to get the best borrowing terms they can get. You'll be aware that Council, through its borrowings with Local Government Funding Agency, gets basically the government rate of borrowing, very close to. So the rate of borrowing through an IFF will be higher. How much so, I couldn't give you a quantified amount. It will depend at the time the markets are engaged. Also, that then depends on the size that you go, the amount that you're borrowing for. The other thing just to consider is that there is some administrative cost that is incurred through setting up the SPV that goes into the total calculation. Again, it's fairly minor, I would think, in the grand schemes of the sums that are trying to raise. But I also suspect that's why the IFF are looking at packages above 50 million to make it worthwhile.
Okay, thank you. And just second question on the IFF as well. In that same document, it talks about a level of uncertainty of it meeting the tests of the Council and the Crown. So if there is an uncertainty of an IFF, what is the level of risk if we give indication at this point to package certain growth costs in an IFF, how much risk is there if then we utilise the additional headroom that that creates, and then if the IFF doesn't qualify or isn't accepted, how much is there? How much does a risk exist around that?
Yeah, there is always a risk with these until such time that the minister signs off for approval. In terms of the sorts of tests that, and particularly the main test that will indicate the risk, will be the affordability of those who are in the levy target area that will pay the levy. So they'll look at some tests of affordability as you would as council making the same decision. But I guess there is less risk in my mind if it was a pure greenfields development area, because then you can, I guess if you look at one of the examples that was provided, which was a development up in Auckland, they do that on encumbrance on the sections that are being sold to pay back the levy. So a little bit easier in that sense. If it's an area that's already developed and there are properties in there, and some of those properties then become part of the levy area, then that will come into the affordability test. And then if you're thinking of a levy associated with other programs such as Nature Calls, that will also be taken into account in the affordability and subsequent IFF applications.
Okay, sorry, final question on the same thing. So if there was direction given to work towards an IFF for some of the growth component, and we factored that into our LTP, but it wasn't accepted by the Crown, would we not know that for an 18 months or so? Or when would we become aware of that?
Yeah, so once we start going through the submission, I guess application process is when we'll become aware of that. I guess the ones that have been earmarked to date would be ones that we would need to go away and work on within the next 3-year period, because the spending starts in most parts in year 4. That still gives you some time, I guess, to decide whether to reprioritise if they're not accepted in terms of council's total program. There are some, I guess there are, if you take Nature Calls, that's always going to be a challenge for council in terms of its own affordability, and so that is always going to need to be looked at in terms of some sort of off-balance sheet option.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful.
Yeah, look, councillors, I might close the meeting at this, adjourn the meeting at this stage, just as a number of you have just jumped in. What I intend to do is get through these questions. We'll look at the growth assumptions. I think that's pretty straightforward. We get through that. Then we'll go through the physical numbers of the growth, and there's some extra, well, one other recommendation there. So thank you. We will adjourn till 1 o'clock. Thank you. Kia ora tātou, welcome back everybody. Look, just to give you an understanding of how things will go this afternoon, we'll finish up at 4:30 because there is a couple of community events on that people are trying to get away to. And we still have some time up our sleeve after that if we don't get through things. So we'll just take things as they roll. Councillor Dennison first before I come to the others around questions.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, just with the multi-day meeting, when we called for apologies on Wednesday, I didn't add them, but could I get it noted now that I'll need to be early departure today?
Sure, thank you. Okay, we'll go back to finishing off questions before we go to these, voting on these growth assumptions. So I had Councillor Barrett and then Councillor Fitzgerald in the queue, so if you can just push your, no, Councillor Barrett's fine, but we'll go to you, Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Cam and David again, and Chris. I just wanted to pick up what the Mayor was talking about with regards to the Longburn bore. Obviously, we're going to need that for our residential users. The question I have, though, was because there's quite a bit of industry out there, is there a good likelihood that they too will be using a lot of our infrastructure services? And if so, are rates for them adjusted accordingly? How do you work that out?
I think I just might start with Mike to give a bit of context around the infrastructure that we're talking about.
Thank you.
Mike Monahan, Group Manager, Three Waters. Apologies, I just missed the very beginning of that question, Councillor. Was that about the Longburn bore or the Longburn bore? Yeah, so that is, currently there's some infrastructure that needs to be vested to council for the industrial zone in Longburn. The existing bore that the council own just services the residential water use. The plan is to link both systems together and vest the infrastructure to council, but that can't happen until there's a bore to support that in the industrial zone as well.
Right. Thank you, Mike.
Okay, all right. We will go to these growth assumptions that are on screen there, and one is that Council confirm the following planning assumptions for the development of the long-term plan 24 to 34, that the proposed growth projections in Table 3 be used for the development of the LTP and to remain within the proposed debt limits. The Council capital program will assume that all growth programs for Kakitangiata, but not Kiki Whenua, and Ashurst will be funded using an external funding mechanism such as the Infrastructure Funding and Financing, IFF levy, charged to ratepayers. This means it will not be taken into account when calculating the Council's debt requirements. I'm happy to move those, and seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Again, councillors, this is just the start, and it's getting those assumptions right. I suppose the ground rules for where we're going with growth assumptions. So, if there being no further comment, I'll ask you to vote on this, please. And it's passed 11 votes for and none against. Thank you. We will re-vote. Apologies there, a little bit of technical issue. I don't think it's going to be a problem, but we will vote again, please, on what's on the screen. Thank you. That is passed. 14 votes for and none against. Thank you. Okay. Right. Moving into staying with growth. No, staying with growth, and attachment 2, recommendation 1I, is around the growth programs that have been put to us, and in our papers there. I won't say which item it is because they seem to all be changed. But it's around capital growth around all our areas. And there was a additional recommendation from Councillor Barrett that growth accountry program year 4 onwards valued at 53,695,000 be tagged for inclusion in an IFF, and that's moved by Councillor Barrett and seconded by Councillor Bowen. Before I come to you, Councillor Barrett, would you consider, you've limited it just to an IFF, could you, as the last recommendation, include other external funding, including an IFF? It just keeps things a little bit open. Otherwise, yeah, okay, thank you. I'll come to you, Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the suggestion around optionality, which I absolutely support. What we're facing here fundamentally across these appendices now is the sheer unaffordability of what's hitting us in the balance sheet. And my general view across the day I will lay out now is that we need to think carefully about where we can cut or move a little bit as we go right along the way. Because at the moment what we're facing is hitting $526 million of options in Appendix 4 with only $100 million. That is a huge sacrifice of strategic, community-driven priorities that have significant partnership and co-funding implications around them. And we need to be smart in these appendices to make sure that we have that optionality maintained around us as a council so that we don't back ourselves into a corner that would be very, very difficult indeed. So my preference as expressed here around this particular appendix, and you will have seen in some of my questions, is that we do find a place to nudge things a little bit in the growth space. And I think we have landed on Akautari as being the least bad of the prospects that are in front of us in terms of making some adjustments here. The current total envelope around growth is about $300 million. We've obviously made a good start with a very simple vote around Kakatangiata and Ashurst moving towards an IFF, and accept that we're now taking a little bit more generic approach in terms of how this might move. But I think this is a particularly good candidate for several reasons. One is it was only a few short months ago that we actually got the heads up about $70 million price tag coming around to Cal 3, and I can remember the look on everyone's face around this table when we saw that paper and we thought, oh. So this is a chance to be adaptive in how we actually respond to that. It leaves options open. As I indicated, there is significant, in the questions, there is significant uncertainty around the timing of the investment, exactly the quantum of the investment, the process as we go into the RMA. So I think the prudent thing to do is to give ourselves that optionality. So years 1 to 3 will be there. It's in the budget. We can make sure that we deliver years 1 to 3. So it's a clear signal to the market that we are supportive and continuing to invest towards that. But it gives us that 3-year window to look for options that can give us some balance sheet relief, but still deliver on the long-term aspirations there. And I think that the language around the in-drafting of the long-term plan is the key there, because it is about maintaining optionality as we go. Look, there's a huge amount of transport investment in here. There's a state highway running through the middle of this. We need to be having serious conversations with the partners about how we deliver that and the timeliness of that delivery. If we think about Kelvin Grove and how slow those conversations have gone with partners, there is just a lot of uncertainty around when that investment lands. And so I'd really urge you to get in behind and support this. Again, we need to create a little bit of space in each of these appendices as we go through. This is the ask in the growth appendix, and I think it gives us a really good start on what, by the time we get to Appendix 4, will be a very steep climb. So I'd ask you to get behind it as our best shot so that we can have a balanced approach across this long-term plan. Thank you for your support and consideration.
Councillor Bowen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to Councillor Barrett for laying that one out so clearly. I think this, for me, is the next logical step from the growth programmes that officers had signalled could look at the IFF / other external funding option. I want to be really clear that I don't think IFFs or any other external funding are a silver bullet here for our budget, but what they do give us is a way of packaging up some of these big ticket items. And the code today is still far enough out that we've got that kind of optionality going forward. The transport budget that Councillor Barrett referred to, the officers have said we don't know actually how much of that we're going to have to do. There could be some changes there. When we looked at all of these programmes, a lot of that people movement discussion was predicated on the assumption that there'd be a primary school up there, which we now know isn't going to happen. So there are things that are changing in that space, even as we speak, to the point of commissioners sitting next week to discuss. So I think in answers to the questions from Councillor Barrett, the officer described it as less risky to go for the year 4 onwards option, and that really is my driver in this process, is to go, less risky, least bad. That's what I'm after, and that's what I think this delivers.
Online, Councillor Wood.
I think Councillor Bowen just answered my question. I was just going to ask how they came to the figure of 56 million, but I assume that's all of the budgets from year 4 onwards. So
yeah.
Yes, it is. It is.
Sorry.
Okay. Right. Oh, sorry, Councillor Naylor.
Yeah, thank you. I have some reservations about this. I understand the driver in terms of trying to create more headroom for some of our attachment for items, but the information that's been provided to us around IFFs to date does indicate some level of uncertainty about whether or not that's going to, whether we can rely on that as an absolute feasible option. Whilst I am uncomfortable with the size of the growth program and am interested in looking at ways that we can stage that more, I'm not really ready to support this at this stage. Part of my reason is that we haven't even got to attachment 4. An email that we got through from the Chief Financial Officer yesterday to give us a bit of a backdrop of why we're in the position that we're in is that our last LTP exceeded debt limits. And I'm really interested in us working a bit harder to develop a program that actually is within the limits that we decide, which I know that's yet to be decided as well. But if we create a whole lot of headroom, I'm absolutely certain that we will fill it with programs that our community do want. Our community actually don't want to pay for the amount that they've asked for. And I think that's the discipline we've got to apply when we get to attachment 4 to actually pull back on some things. I think we've got to actually be prepared to say no to some things and limit the amount of new stuff that we do within a reasonable envelope that our community can afford. So these tools of IFFs, etc., I'm comfortable with using that for nature calls. I'm comfortable with the officer's recommendation with using that for the other 2 programs. I'm not ready to support this at this point, so we'll be voting against it.
Before I come back to you, Councillor Barrett, for right to reply, I will support this. I think it isn't a silver bullet, which I think has already been alluded to, but it does give us some options. If we don't do this, we're pretty well putting up the flag of little aspiration or little ambition, because this actually is, I know it's difficult, but this is, we have to do this. We've got we don't have a lot of choices, unless you just want to say, right, we just stay as we are, and actually we go backwards. So it gives us some options. I agree the IFF isn't everything, but there is other options around public-private partnerships. So I do think we should explore, leave it in and explore the options there. We haven't even had the debate on the other things yet, but we will have to keep showing some financial restraint, because we've got to leave room for future generations as well. So, and there will definitely be some other upcoming issues as we go along, as there always is. in 3 years' time there'll be different needs and different wants. So I think we should be looking at this, and I encourage you to vote for it. Councillor Barrett, back to you if a right to reply. No, don't need it. All right, we'll vote. Thank you. And that has passed 13 votes for and 1 against. All right, we'll just need to go to the more substantive there. Okay, so the council recommendation there that council confirm the following planning assumptions for the development of the long-term plan 2024-34 to remain within the proposed. Is this right? Yeah. To remain within the proposed debt limits, the draft capital program will assume that council will stage the growth programs as an attachment 2, subject to the motion above that we just passed. B, that council note that the growth programs in attachment 2 further spread than initially assumed would be necessary to meet the government's requirements for the provision of growth infrastructure based on the assumed population growth of the city, and that this will mean an adjustment is required to the council's preferred medium to long-term growth strategy. This means some greenfield rezoning will be deferred and there will be a greater reliance on urban intensification. I'm happy to move that, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. I don't think I need to speak much further to it. We just, it's a catch-all. If there are no other councillors wishing to comment, we will vote, please. It's passed 14 votes for, none against. Thank you. All right. We'll move to the waters side of things now and bring that into the discussions. Okay, there's no attachments for that, but it actually is in the paper itself. So, councillors, our assumptions around the waters are that the affordable waters legislation will be amended and that the responsibility for delivering water, wastewater, stormwater will remain with council in the foreseeable future, and that council will assume that the Nature Calls program will be funded using external funding mechanisms such as the IFF levy, which will be on charge to city ratepayers. This means it will not be taken into account when calculating the council's debt requirements. So that's where we're sitting at the moment. Before I move that, are there any questions of our Nature Calls project? Don't all speak at once. I will ask a few questions actually of the officers, and just how we've got to, having been quite close to the project myself, how it has ballooned to the numbers that you've got there, without any clear rationale except inflation. And we will be delivering this relatively soon, so I just can't see how it's almost doubled in price.
Maybe I'll just start and then I'll hand it over to Mike to provide some more specific details. I think as I referred to on Wednesday, so not wanting to take anything away from the experts who provided us advice around it, but at this point, a lot of the numbers that we've been presented to assume in terms of costs are based on very high level estimates, some of them in some very big ranges. So we haven't got to the stage in the project where we're getting down to more specific design where we can have significantly greater confidence in the numbers, and get down to the final options. Having said that, do accept that it's very hard to deal with massive swings of that nature when we're trying to do an LTP. So we have requested that a little bit more work is done to try and narrow down the ranges and come up with a series of options based on our best estimates of what we know at the moment. So yes, accept that the number at the moment is a lot bigger than certainly what we were talking about last LTP, but that is definitely a start of 10 more than a definite number. Mike, do you want to make any more comments?
Through you, Mr. Chair. The only comment I would probably make at this time, and that is comparing to the last LTP, that the best practical option wasn't landed on at the last LTP, and council landed on the best practical treatment. So some of the cost increases that you're seeing is in the improved treatment at the Totter Rod plant. But again, just as the Chief Infrastructure Officer says, that these figures are quite high estimates at the moment.
So it may come down.
I think the only comment I can make is that we've got a work package out to get more of a clear picture what the costing is looking like at the moment, but we don't have that detail yet.
Okay, all right. Councillor Harpiter.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Will it go up? Fair question.
Potentially.
Right, have you got any estimate, like, will it go up by, I mean, it's already at 867 million. Will it go up by more than another, like, will it go, like, you're astounding me.
Yeah, look, accept that, and look, you can see that we're struggling to be definitive about this because at this stage, I guess, we're going through the consenting process. We have an idea about what the option is and what it looks like. But there's a lot of water to run under the bridge, so to speak, before you get down to sort of more detailed design. I think, at those numbers, we would need to have a very serious look at exactly how the assumptions that would be made about how it would be delivered. So, look, I think there is a long way to go in terms of really getting down to, trying to get the most cost-effective solution based on the BPO itself. As we've referred to, there's, potentially other significant trade waste customers that could be part of the project. There's other, options that are being looked at. So I think at the moment, the problem is that there's too many options, there's not enough certainty about exactly, how we would do that, which gives you massive ranges to work with. So you know, I think at this point, what we're going to, as Mike said, you know, getting some work done, and that would be to try and agree about, you know, exactly what options are we looking down. Let's bring in those ranges a little bit so that we can have a better level of you know, certainty around what the number's looking like. But at this point in a project, you know, at this point of it, it is, you know, they are high level estimates and probably conservative. So look, I would be very surprised if they did go up, but I can't, you know, we're not making any guarantees. But like I said, at those numbers, you really would have to go back to the drawing board and say, that doesn't look affordable. We need to come up with an option, even with an IFF, that is affordable.
So when will we know so that we can put a figure in the LTP?
I think the officers said that they were doing a bit of scoping work on that now. Is that right?
That's correct. Yeah, we're expecting to have something probably the first, towards the end of Q3, maybe just before that. So maybe the beginning of March.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Bowen.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think this follows on, apologies if I'm just not understanding, but so our BPO has agreed that we think this is practicable, which has an element of affordability in it, which is now looking questionable. And then we put it into an IFF where they put an affordability lens over it. So what happens to our consent if the IFF comes back and says, we don't think this is affordable?
Very good question. So I think that's why I think before we got to that stage, we would have had to have done the work to really, you know, investigate, you know, best options to do it. I think if you look at some of the, and not necessarily water projects around the country, what some councils have done is look at bringing in a development partner to look at their project and bring some real world experience around how you could deliver it in the most cost effective way and reduce your risk around the project. So we're not at the point of being able to, you know, given we're still uncertainty around the consent, we're not at the point of sort of being able to do that piece of work. And I think once you get to that piece of work, not quite everything is up for grabs, but certainly within the constraints of your consent, then you would be, you know, really looking hard at how you could be as innovative as possible around not only the sort of the design and the construction, but potentially also the operations of the plant in a way that you know, makes that affordable.
Thanks, Chris. And I think to follow up, and I think Councillor Dennison raised this point earlier, have we got any wiggle room in the consent timeline because of the huge amount of uncertainty that's been introduced into this space? Can we do anything?
I suppose you can always ask, can't you, Mike? You can always ask for an extension.
Yeah, that would have to, we'd have to be having that conversation with Horizons as the consenting authority.
Do we think that's something we should be looking at?
Possibly, because there is so many moving parts to this, and it is perhaps an option.
So how would we make that decision?
Yeah, through the chair. Look, we're having those conversations with Horizons as we go through the consent process anyway. There are as we're going through this, there are some other options for this particular project that could reduce the cost of it, look at how the wastewater might be disposed of. There are a number of options that are starting to present themselves that didn't present earlier on when the initial BPO was looked at. So as that's moving, we continue to have those conversations with Horizons, and if we need to look at potentially different pathways in that, those conversations are happening.
Thank you, Wade. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
And I'd have to say, just because I have been personally involved in some of these high-level meetings, Crown Infrastructure Partners have looked at our project and have given it a pretty good tick at so far at a high level. So I'd be very surprised if they came back and said this doesn't meet the criteria. They actually flew down here and met with officers and myself to to look at where this could go. So it tells me that they are interested. But it will come down to the detail, of course. Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let's try to stick to just the question end of it. Other than confirming the 647 million in the LTP, is there any other stronger language, and I don't mean sweary language, just stronger language that we could identify and use to limit community liability to no more than 647 million?
Are you meaning sort of what else is going to come into it? Yeah. Is there other?
I'm feeling like, and this is a bit towards Colin, but I suppose trying to elaborate on the question, there are limits to how far we can expose the community to debt around this project, and I feel that we need to start putting some markers in around that, and I'm asking if there's any language beyond simply accepting the long-term plan that could put a stronger marker that limits liability 647.
We could say that's what it is. That's the limit. Nothing more. We've just done it with a couple of other motions.
Yeah. I guess the question is we could do that, and it would certainly signal intent. But I guess at the end of the day, you know, we've got to go through this process. We're going to get to the point where, and you know, I don't think there's anyone going to say, great, that becomes a target to sort of build something and just add more gold plating to it until you get to that. I guess we'll be certainly looking at trying to deliver it in the most cost-effective way for ratepayers as we can. And I guess what we're trying to signal is, look, at the moment is very high-level estimates. I believe they're quite conservative. I'm sure that we can, you know, go through a process that will get us to a much more cost-effective, and we have to get it to a much more cost-effective process. But, you know, I can't make any guarantees about in this sort of cost environment in terms of where that's going to land, you know.
Thanks. Sorry, I stuffed up my microphone. I appreciate that answer and would just signal some interest, and we'll listen to the balance of questions, but some interest in providing some surety that way.
Yeah, before I come to you, Councillor Johnson, I do wonder if there's a revenue line with this as well. You know, where's the other funding coming from? You know, we've spoken about a possible trade waste component or contribution, customer contribution, which should be factored in somewhere, and it won't be insignificant either. And if we are being serious, where's the government share or the Crown share, and where is that? So I do wonder if we allow for that somehow, and I'd just like officers' opinion on if we do that.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. That's why we would suggest to you that the wording for funding nature calls would be using an external funding mechanism, because then that doesn't limit us just to IFF. If there are other funding sources, they will be applied to this project. And
they wouldn't all be loan funded back to or levy funded back to the ratepayers. Okay. Okay, Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just a question around F. How much in terms of budget for capital new and renewal is the affordable waters legislation, if you bundle it all up for water, wastewater and stormwater, how much is that? What's the total budget that's now our responsibility that would not have been otherwise? I'd be interested to know that. Scott's just doing some magic on an Excel spreadsheet. I also just have a question about the legal requirements for water, capital new. Is that going to come later, or is that now?
It's more. Is it in the capital? Is it?
Yeah. So
It's attachment 3, yeah.
Okay, so wait for that one?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
All right, why Scott's working out his magic, I'll go to Councillor Hancock and then we'll come back to you, Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. And probably just a very similar question really, is just around attachment 4, page 39. And there's a whole bunch of things in there around wastewater, capital new. And I'm just wondering whether or not some of that actually can be bundled up into nature calls.
So you're saying you want all the water stuff pulled into one big...
Well, certainly the wastewater, there's some wastewater expenditure there which perhaps we could consider to pull into nature calls and fund it differently.
Not sure, I'll go to the officers.
It's through the chair. As we mentioned, I think, where was it, Wednesday, there's still some other decisions to be made out of the Three Waters space from central government. So, as we understand it, it is highly likely that there may still be some kind of regional entity running Three Waters at some particular point in time. So we're building a budget and making assumptions at the moment that, and that's hence the reason for the foreseeable future and 1F there, but it's potential at some point in time that the Three Waters components will be potentially sitting in some other entity. Then it's a matter of, well, how is that funded and those sorts of things as well. So I guess my answer to your question is that, well, it actually might be difficult to actually answer those questions, but we might actually have a little bit more knowledge about what things might look like in another several weeks' time from where we currently are now. I'm still not quite sure whether that's helped at all, but this area in particular is still moving quite a lot.
Yeah, I suppose my concern is that, of course, at some point in time we're going to have to consider all of the things in attachment 4, and we know there is only at this point in time probably just a little over $100 million to spend there against 586, I think, which is sitting there. So I guess I'm just wondering if we can think a little bit laterally about what we actually include into the nature calls bundle.
Yeah, I guess probably just adding to my answer a little bit as well is that, perhaps if we make decisions right at this particular point in time about potentially putting all of the waters into an externally funded type model, such as the IFF, that we may very well have to unravel that decision a little bit based on another decision that might be coming from central government in the not too distant future. And again, I know that's probably not helping too much, but
no, thank you, Wade.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, just back to Scott for the answer.
Afternoon all. An additional 470 million, not including the Nature's Calls project. So if you add that, it's 1,118 million.
1 billion.
Sorry, just give that final total again.
1,118 million, including Nature's Calls.
Over the 10 years for capital new and capital renewal?
No, the final 8, because the current legislation is that we have them for the first 2.
Yeah.
So the last 8, that is
so that's the
total
last 8 years, but new and renewal?
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Bellin.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm just jumping back a little because I just wanted to clarify where there was some talk earlier about external funding mechanisms or partnerships or seeking other potential arrangements outside of an IFF or exploring those options. And I'm just recalling the paper that came to us which explored 7 different options and whether or not those are the options we'd be looking to explore, or are we thinking something additional to those ones that came to us with analysis?
Through the chair, they're all options, and amongst there, some of them require legislative change, as was outlined at the time. But if all of those sorts of things are actually up for grab, and actually some beyond that report as well.
Excellent. Okay, thank you.
All right. We have exhausted the questions on this. So we've got the water assumptions there, which I've read out before. I'm happy to move them. I just would like to signal that we do need those firmer costs. I'm a bit uncomfortable how much this has moved, and I get it that it is a bit of a moving target, but it's a large moving target, and we just need to get to the bottom of some of those numbers. And I agree. I think in the next couple of weeks we'll get a bit of a stronger understanding of what our neighbours are doing in a more of a regional sense, because they were grappling with things as well, possibly not as large as this, but certainly grappling with their own challenges around water affordability. And we hopefully will know a little bit more what the government and possibly even some of our trade waste customers are doing as well. So looking for a seconder and the Deputy Mayor, thank you. And I will open it up for any comments. Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment around F really, about assuming that we have the responsibility for water, wastewater and stormwater. If that is what comes to pass, we're looking at an additional $1.1 billion in capital spend over the next, over the last 8 years of the long-term plan. And that is a huge burden on residents and ratepayers in Palmerston North. And it doesn't matter whether it's paid for through an IFF or it's paid for through debt. Ultimately, there's people in the city who are going to be paying, and there's not going to be the responsibility taken by government, and there's not going to be any reduction in cost because of upscaling. So, I mean, I'm just signalling at this point that the significant consequence of the decision not to move forward with the Three Waters legislation and the significant consequence it's going to have on our ratepayers unless something else intervenes. And, you know, I would say, and I'm sort of making a plea outside of this chamber really, I would say that government really has to see that it's not okay to put this kind of burden onto ratepayers, either in Palmerston North or anywhere else in the country where they're facing a similar scenario. We simply must have assistance from government, whether that's in direct payment or whether that's in assistance in forming regional models. But this is just not an affordable, and I mean, this is the significant reason why we're struggling today in this debate. So we do need to understand why it is that we're struggling, why it is that this huge amount of infrastructure investment looks at the moment as though it's falling on our residents and ratepayers. And unless there's intervention, probably at a government level, it will fall on our residents and ratepayers, and it's not going to be affordable. So we need some kind of economies of scale, we need government money, and bearing in mind that the costs of nature calls and a lot of the costs of the upgrade in water infrastructure is because of increasing standards that have been introduced from government. So it's not like we have any choice about a lot of this. You know, we're obligated to increase the levels of service both in waters and in wastewater. So I really think we need to strongly, and I know we are, but as strongly as possible be advocating outside of this chamber to government that this, if their intention is to repeal Three Waters legislation, which it appears that it is, then they must come up with an alternative because it simply isn't a feasibility for our ratepayers otherwise.
Councillor Dennison.
Yeah, well, I'd call this the watershed moment because you cannot go forward, much more forward with any excitement, having the sum total of 1.1 billion additional costs for water activity, let alone every other line item we've got to consider. This does have significant consequences. And I'd also go back to the point that we haven't had the conversation around how a workable funding model with government could work, because that was not explored once the mandate had been put in place. And so Councillor Bowen asked questions around pushing back on the timeline for consent. I think that's inevitable to give reasonable approach for our region to consider this in a prudent, with wisdom way. Because to make these decisions now that we're going to assume that this all lands on the city is a total joke. The viability is totally, it breaks the bank. It breaks the bank. And so I think right here, right now, we need to make a clear position that we need to be advocating to central government around a conversation around this in immediate time, including the delaying or deferring of the consent timeline, to give fairness for us to make these decisions. And we'll be one of the few councils in this country that have to roll out with this in the front headlights, deer in the headlights. And if we're saying wow to that sort of sum, I think it's just staggering that we'd even consider going out to our public with the headline I saw the other day, 20,000 mortgage payments are behind schedule or something like that. The inflation effect, is challenging for families. And here we are now having the reality of it as a city. And so I'm just flagging just to speak that we've got some serious conversation to have, and need to put that on the table right now. Thanks.
Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to the two previous speakers for raising those concerns, much of which I concur with, certainly around the affordability for the community. We do need to work out how we're going to cap community exposure on this and be very firm about that, or we will be doing very poorly indeed by the community. The point that I would push back on a bit is around the notion that we need to take our foot off the accelerator on getting resource consent. Resource consent takes a long, long time, and the bigger the dollars, the longer the consent time frame. Usually, we are now millions and millions of dollars down a track of securing that consent, and I fear that slowing it or beginning to signal a disinterest in finishing the consenting process would send entirely the wrong signal. We need to get it through the consenting process so that we have a firm understanding of timelines, firm understanding of investment envelope, and make sure that all the time leading up to that, we're doing everything we can with Wellington, everything we can with other investment partners to make sure that when we get that moment of knowing that consent condition, we have investment partners ready. We need to keep very much accelerating everything we can around ensuring that we get through to an investable consent.
Thank you, councillors. Look, unfunded mandates come to mind, don't they? When I started 9 years ago on this, the officers came and said to me, and the LTP budget had 30 million on it, right? 30 million. Now, even if we challenge the officers and say, well, actually, you were 400 million a couple of weeks ago, it makes it arguably the most expensive wastewater plant in the land, in the entire country. So, as some of the previous speakers have said, even if the taxpayers were paying for it, it just doesn't make sense. So, I do think we need to be challenging a little bit on everything here. Yes, we do need to chase government. The government share is got to happen. It's absolutely got to happen, because if it doesn't, the whole of the Three Waters will bring the local government sector down, and down quite quickly. The regional scale needs to happen as well. I mean, water users don't normally go to TA. I mean, they don't really care where things are coming from, as long as it's clean, good water, and there's healthy expectations for the environment around waste and stormwater as well. So we do need to get our regional colleagues in line. We're a catchment as well, so why are we doing all this work when we've got unconsented plants all around us? It just doesn't seem right either. So I would say there does need to be some work at a regional level and a regional scale, and of course then all the other opportunities that will come our way with possible trade waste customers' contributions as well. So look, it is difficult. I think somebody said the watershed moment. It certainly is. And rubber is starting to hit the road with this now. But I just would say I don't think we should be giving up on what are the other revenue streams, what are the other external revenue lines, which don't mean that our ratepayers have to pay for everything. So that's something that we'll certainly be putting a bit of energy into, and ensuring that from the CE and the offices there's quite a bit of work in the background. So councillors, we will take it to the vote. Thank you. Okay, we'll just stop. The vote has been paused. One F first. That is passed 12-1. And we're going to vote on the second one, G. And that is passed 13-1. Okay, that's waters. We will now move to So we're going to do the debt assumption next, because I think that's wise to do that before we go to capital new. We've got a bit of an assumption of what's going on around the table. There's a common theme. So we have to look at the borrowing limits, and that council confirm the following planning assumptions for the development of the LTP 2024-34. And A, that the draft financial strategy will assume that the limit for the net debt to revenue ratio for the council will be increased from 200% to 250%. And B, that council will aim to produce an LTP that lives within the proposed debt limit of 250% from recommendation 1A. I'm happy to move that, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. And if I could just perhaps make some comments before coming to other councillors. I think there's been a common theme right around all our discussions around affordability, and we simply cannot stay at 200%. Certainly with the huge amount of extra programs and extra mandates that we are carrying, most or a lot that are unfunded. So just want to put it into context. The council's done well to date, and I think if you look at some of the other councils around us and what they range from, we're certainly in the lower quartile, but that will change. And one of the items we just voted on with Waters just gives you an example. So, I mean, it does mean we're taking on more debt, but I just don't think we've got any option other than to do this. So, I'd like to think that we can agree to do this, but then again, there'll be some challenges even keeping within this. So, just signalling that as we go forward. Councillor Isabella.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I had a question regarding B and the wording that we will aim to produce rather than we will produce a plan that lives within the proposed debt limit. Just curious as to the choice of wording there, whether that's intentional, that we will aim to rather than we will.
I'm not sure if there's an intent behind it, but certainly from my perspective, we would be absolutely desirable to get into that 250% mark. Certainly, if you get beyond the LGFA covenant, then we're going to have issues with the auditors.
We can change the wording.
But I think I'd like it to say that we are going to keep within 250%.
Yeah.
May I propose an amendment that we will produce a long-term plan?
If the second is fine, we will just change the wording. The council will produce a long-term plan.
Thank you. That's all, Mr. Mayor.
Just remember that when you go to vote on some other things. Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And similarly on point B, when we talk about producing, I assume that the point of production is the 30th of June. And what constraint does this place on the drafting of the long-term plan versus the final endpoint?
My belief is that the council should in drafting its long-term plan live within the proposed debt limit. But ultimately, when you do adopt the final one, most definitely. But if you're consulting with the public, my view is that you're drafting a long-term plan that would comply with the debt limit.
And that would provide no capacity for community input in terms of any additional investment.
You will get that through consultation. I guess when it goes through the audit process, which it will do in late February, March, they will be auditing based on our compliance to that debt limit at that time.
Okay. And let's say we get to May and for whatever compelling reason, the debt limit, there's a desire at council for the debt limit to be 251%. What would be the administrative process by which we could revise this decision should we at any point between now and 30th of June decide that 251 is essential?
Just checking some things there.
Considering all aspects when you make the final TP decision. And there's information in the material.
Yeah, whilst we're getting some legal advice, I would have thought that when you adopt the final long-term plan, you can make those decisions provided you are compliant with the LGFA covenants and your financial strategy lines up in the final adopted version with those debt limits, unless there's another view.
One further thing I could add, maybe just to assist with that conversation, is it may well be, to add to Ken's comments, ultimately when you make that final decision, you're making that decision on everything all the information you've received on the entire LTP. So this advice, submissions, as long as you weigh all of that up when you make a decision on your final LTP, I think it would be okay. You could future-proof that decision too, if the debt limit is very close to 250% as part of the consultation document, you could flag that depending on the final decisions you make through the LTP, that there may be a risk, there may be a chance that needs to be breached. So it could be forecast in the CD that's depending on the final decisions that are made, that could be a potential outcome. Because if the draft LTP goes out at 248 or 247, then I think we should be transparent with the community that there's a potential that it might end up at 255. And there's some words that you could put into the CD along those lines.
Thank you. And I guess to further test the point, would it be a simple majority decision to adjust beyond 250, or if we pass this, does it require a supermajority to revisit that between now and the end of the process?
Well, my take on that is there would be, there's a whole bunch of decisions that you make that go into the LTP, and this is a significant one, but it's one of the numbers that you may overturn or change throughout the process.
Thanks, and I just wanted to clarify that to overturn or change it would be a simple majority decision rather than any other.
Yeah, I mean, certainly from my point of view, the LTP isn't actually adopted along with all of the information that make that up until the very end of the process.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Can I just check, Hannah, have you got anything else you want to add? Because we had people coming from everywhere there. So is there anything else that you just wanted, is that just so that it's clear for the elected members?
Thank you, Wayne. I don't think I've got anything additional, but perhaps just to point out the language does refer to planning assumptions. It's an assumption that we're working on right now as we're doing the drafting, but your actual decision on your debt limit will be when you adopt your strategy. So you actually are not adopting a policy of 250 yet.
Okay. Thank you. That's all helpful. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Naylor.
Thank you. I was hopeful that we would be taking this item after attachment 4, but given it's in front of us now, I can't support an increase to 250% at this point. My view is that that would be simply unaffordable for our community by year 10. The information that was sent through to us, we're currently spending, I think, around 9 million a year on interest. If we reach that 250% limit by year 10, our community is having to pay 44 million a year just in interest. There's a lot of things in our capital program and our operational program that we do have choice about, that we can show more restraint on in terms of our decisions. I think having a philosophy where we keep adding levels of service and we never look at any levels of service, never look at reducing any levels of service, gets us into a position that I think is unaffordable by our community. So I think when we put it up to 200%, I think 3 years ago, that was to incorporate the cost of nature calls. Now we're taking nature calls out and we're still wanting to put it up even further. Even other cities like Wellington don't have a percentage this high. I think a better position would be to have a 225% limit and try and work within that. Even that is going to be expensive for our community. But if this vote fails, I would certainly be happy to propose a 225% limit.
Councillor Johnson.
A couple of questions, please, Mr. Mayor. Does putting the limit up to 250% increase the cost of borrowing for us?
Through Mr. Mayor, it will if you reach that. If your borrowing gets towards that limit, then yes, because you'll have higher interest and higher debt repayment at that time.
No, sorry, maybe I haven't phrased the question right. Does it result in, say, additional, a higher level of interest that we're charged? So in other words, clearly I understand that if we borrow more money, we'll be paying more back in terms of interest. But is the borrowing itself more expensive if we have a level of 250%?
No.
Do you see what I'm asking? No. Okay, cool. And then if we set 250%, and we go through our long-term plan and we stay within that, and then in year one, or whenever it is that we expect to reach the 250%, we don't actually reach it. What's the, because what I'm noting is that we've got a higher debt limit than we've got debt now, and we always have had. So that the debt that we say we'll incur, we never reach that level. So at what point do we make an assessment of whether or not we still need the 250? Do you see what I'm trying to get to?
Yeah, good question in the sense that the debt limit is a limit, not necessarily a target, and so you can revisit your debt limits in subsequent long-term plans when you reconsider your financial strategy and your treasury policy limits. Usually, you take into account this the environmental scan of the LTP as a whole when you're considering those sort of decisions, like we are at this point in time.
So is it a special consultative process to change the debt limit?
I believe it is, because part of the long-term plan document, so it becomes an LTP amendment if you go down the route of altering your debt limit.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So it's an every 3-year decision, basically.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Harpiter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to support this 2 recommendations. And my rationale is around that is that in the main we all supported the renewals and we all supported the growth. So we need to be able to fund both of those. And we're about to have our discussions on the capital projects and the strategic projects. So let the games begin on those 2. Thank you.
Councillor Wood online.
Mr. Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes.
Could I just start by asking a question of what happens, let's say today we can't build political consensus to get it down to even 265%, for example. Do we then consult on a draft long-term plan with the marketing, you tell us what you don't want us to do, rather than what we've traditionally done of what else would you like us to do? Is that what would happen if we can't get to 250 even today?
I'll just let the officers ask that, but I'm picking, having been in this space a little while, that you wouldn't do that. You wouldn't go out at 265. Just as it's nonsensical. Yeah, but anyway.
Yeah, my advice is that you would need to be showing a commitment to meet the limit that you have set with your 10-year plan. I believe that's what audit would be looking into, as they're auditing the draft long-term plan for consultation.
Thank you, Cam. I'm not suggesting that we do that, but I'm just, I guess, anticipating what could happen. So I was wondering if perhaps officers, as we go through this capital process that we're about to do, will you keep a running tally of where we're getting to in terms of our percentage of debt and keep us informed as we work through the next few hours?
Yeah, that's we will be doing that as you work through. Yep.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You've also got opportunities on the 13th, the 20th, and the 7th of February to pull it all back down if for some reason it does start to creep up over limits. So there is quite a number of checks in place to do that. So I'm pretty comfortable that we will be doing that if anything did creep up. And finally, before we take the vote, Councillor Barrett.
Thank you. It is actually, even at this late stage. Cam, I'd like to know how we would be tracking the ratio, given that the ratio is between debt and revenue, and we have yet to have a debate around revenue mechanisms such as DCs, such as fees and charges, etc.
Yeah, that is a good question, and I guess the caveat to the tracking of this is obviously when we pull together the whole of the operating budget as well, which some of the decisions you make today will have an impact and bearing. So we at the moment have got some running assumptions just on that debt to revenue around our total revenue increases that there might be over the 10-year period. At the moment, I think we're running at 7%, plus a couple of higher adjustments at the front end because of Waka Kotahi subsidy change and that sort of thing with the uplift in the roading program. So that's what we're running with at the moment, but obviously the caveat is if revenue doesn't climb in the total sense by that amount, then we will be informing you of that, and that's where we've got the 13th and the 20th to do that as well.
Great, thank you.
All right, we're back to our debt assumptions. So we've gone through everything. I'm not going to take the opportunity for a reply. So we'll vote, please. And that has passed 11 votes for and 2 against. Thank you. All right, what we'll do now is we'll just have a little break because we'll then enter into the capital new and strategic, and we might just need a little break before that. So we'll be back in the chamber at 2:30. Thanks. Okay. 2:30. All right, kia ora everyone, welcome back. Okay, we'll open it up for now, questions for officers around our capital new and strategic. We'll roll that in together because it really is one. We may not get finished, but we'll see how we go. We are going to pull the pin at 4:30, so just to give you a heads up on that. All right. Do you want to speak to anything before we get into questions? No? Okay. Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just around strategic, because I understand we're taking questions right across the lot. So attachment 4, would it be possible to get a version of attachment 4 that was categorized by where we have partners, where we have co-funding, and then stuff that's just kind of flapping in the wind?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's possible, but at the moment we haven't actually applied a lot of external funding at this point in time. What we have tried to do, a mail out that went out last night, was to show where we have got external funding assumptions. So most of it is in the Waka Kotahi space at the current time, with just a few other areas. We have said that there are opportunities to perhaps look at a few things a bit differently in terms of where we might maybe want to pursue some different types of funding arrangements.
Yeah, no, that's great and understood. And I know you guys have been under the pump massively in terms of supplying information. I guess what I'm trying to understand is, could we get like a resupply of Appendix 4, but that had kind of a sort around partnerships, a sort around co-fund, and then kind of the rest?
You could, but it wouldn't be for this decision-making forum here now. I don't think it would take time to produce that.
But assuming we adjourn somewhere towards Appendix 4, we could have it for the next edition?
We can look how we can.
Great, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Wood online.
Thank you, Mr. Just a couple of questions. Starting on page 36, item 2390 talks about citywide transport, low cost, low risk and road to zero. It's a program of $88 million. Given, to the best of my knowledge, the new government signal they'll be getting rid of the road to zero program, what portion of that $88 million is tagged for road to zero that will no longer be a critical program under the new government?
Bryce Hosking, Acting Group Manager of Transport and Development. Notably, we combined program 2119 and 2390 together, one being road for zero, one being low cost, low risk. And the reason was many of those projects were actually there was a pretty firm crossover over both projects. Together combined, that when they were separate programs, they were about $15 million a year. We've reduced that already, essentially halved it to $8. To answer your question directly, how many things in there? Things in that program is roundabouts, raised crossings, right turn bays and the likes. So I would answer everything and nothing. It's probably the answer to that, really.
So my understanding is Road to Zero put a number of legislative requirements on us of what changes we had to make, which would lead to these being placed in the critical section. Now these may be changes that we'd like to make, but could you give us an indication of what amount out of this 88 million is legislatively required and what of it is things that we would like to do and ideally would do if we didn't have any budget pressures?
Looking at the items we're delivering, there's nothing particularly in that program that's necessarily legislation locked in, I suppose, but it's a series of safety improvements, and there's raised crossings outside of schools to give effect to speed changes and make safer environments. If that program was to be reduced in some quantum, we would essentially just be doing less and doing it slower.
Appreciate that answer. On page 40, line item 2343 regarding new community hubs. I know a breakdown's been given before, I apologise, but would somebody be able to just give us a breakdown of the 3 costs for the 3 community hubs? I missed the most recent workshop.
Probably me again. Currently, what's in there is there's expenditure in year 1, 2 and 3. That is the Awapuni Community Hub. Sitting outside the 10-year plan currently would be the Highbury Community Hub at 3.5 million, and also the Pacifica Centre is, that's a separate program entirely, but that's about another 3.8 million that's also sitting outside the 10 years at the moment.
Okay, well that's new. So to clarify, that 29 million is just for Awapuni on its own.
It's 14.5 million in 2343, not 29, and that's just the Awapuni Hub.
Apologies, no. So the 10-year total for that line is 29.4 million. There's 2 lots of 14 million in there.
The numbers I've got in front of me are 28 million for Awapuni, Pacifica's 3.8, Highbury's 3.5, and the multicultural is 4.1.
Apologies.
Look, while officers are debating that internally, we'll go to the next question. Councillor Johnson. Sorry, Councillor, what have you got more?
I've just got one final question aside from that, if you don't mind. Just on the next page, on page 41, there's $55 million under program 2057 for citywide shared pathways. Councillors I've spoken to have said, well, there's Ashurst and Fielding, but we're not aware that that was at a cost of $55 million. So I was wondering what shared pathways that $55 million budget would cost or fund, and then what portion of that 55 million is Fielding, what portion is Ashurst, and what portion is other.
2057 was the answer to that question of what program we're talking about. The answer to the previous one as well, though, sorry, Awapuni is $28 million. So whilst my answer was correct, I was also incorrect. So the only community hub in the 10-year period currently is the Awapuni one at 28 million. The Highbury one is currently sitting in year 11. To answer your question about the shared pathways, this is actually a question I've been struggling to unpack myself, if I'm honest, in terms of the exact quantum of funds towards each of the pathways, in particular between Palms North to Fielding and Palms North to Ashurst. We're sort of, there's a number of complexities through it in terms of we may need to acquire some land, we may be able to take some advantages of some paper roads. It's also involving actually construction of those paths. Whether it would be $5 million a year or whether it would be less or more, I actually don't have a specific answer for you today. It's very much as a moving process that I'd be hoping to confirm hopefully in another week or two.
That's right, but just to be clear, it is just Fielding and Ashurst. There are no other shared pathways that this is funding.
Correct.
Okay, and then perhaps just giving your answer to the community hubs question, how did officers come to the decision to include the Awapuni hub in the 10-year plan, but not Pacifica, the multicultural, or the other hub, Highbury hub?
The decision was based purely around trying to reduce the capital program as opposed to anything else. The Awapuni hub has some decanting benefits for the central library. So leading into the seismic program, they will need to be able to move some of their service somewhere. And if the Awapuni hub was in place, that would provide an opportunity for some of that. Hence that sitting in there. But yes, definitely not a reflection of importance, more a reflection of trying to take some funding out for you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Johnson.
Well, I'm grateful to Councillor Wood for the last question. But anyway, right, starting from the start, page 31 of the papers, we've got 170 million for seismic strengthening of council properties. As I recall, there was some discussion that there might be some wriggle room in that in terms of accepting a higher level of risk. So can I have a comment from officers on what capacity we have to reduce that 170 million in the next 10 years? And I understand that we're up against a legal time frame, but where's the wiggle room in that?
902 is the program.
Yeah, sorry, program 902, page 31 of today's papers.
My time in the sun is here to answer lots of questions. 902, I guess the complexity that sits with this program is the fact that none of the designs are done for these buildings. Some of the scope is, whilst we understand that they are earthquake prone, we have an understanding of what percentage they are and what elements of the building are earthquake prone that are essentially driving them to be known as such. Until we actually do the designs for them and we actually get into the detail, it is very, very difficult to lock in exact pricings per project. Council could, sorry, I'll rephrase that. Our current policy is to strengthen our buildings to a sweet spot, if you will, where we can get as high a percentage as possible for best bang for buck in terms of cost. In some cases, for some of our historical buildings, they are limited on how high you could actually go, for instance. So Square Edge is very unlikely to be able to get over 55% of the code, for instance. And even if we managed to get it to 60, you'd be pumping another $10–15 million in it to get to that point, which is unaffordable and probably not going to achieve much. In terms of risk and scope, you could look to change your policy to take it just to the 34% minimum, which would mean that they are not earthquake prone anymore. I guess my caveat to that is, because it is anchored to the new building standard, as time goes on, that actually slides backwards. So if only the risk of only going to 34% is in 2, 3, 4 years' time, they could be deemed earthquake prone again. And under the current legislation, we would then be forced to go back and do more work, which is possibly not practical.
So could we push any of that cost out?
We could, based on, so the program that actually extends past the 10-year period was based on the prioritisation exercise that we went through a few months ago, and Council prioritised the buildings, trying to spread that load over that period financially to be able to strengthen everything within the time frame. And I guess for anything that gets delayed, it does crunch it together at the end if the end post doesn't move. We could play around with some of those. We could defer some out. I guess the key point would be that council would still have to remedy those buildings. You would just be trying to do more later, I suppose. And especially if we look at some of the big buildings in particular, there is limited consultant capacity, but also contractor capacity. So I would just be a bit wary if we were trying to do 3, 4, 5 big projects in the space of 3 or 4 years of exactly whether that would be actually feasible or not.
Okay, thank you. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, through the chair, one of the other things that you could consider is, are there other options for these buildings? And actually have a look at whether or not, as you've already talked about several times, about other funding streams or partnerships or those sorts of things as well. If you chose to ask us to go away and investigate things further for each of these sites that are earthquake prone, that is right in your ball court as well.
Okay, thank you. Now, I can't find it now, but there's 55 million on an arena upgrade. Where is that?
1194, I think, is the program number.
Just trying to find it. Page 38, thank you. Thank you, sorry. Paper's just unbelievable. Yeah, so does that include co-funding? That CET Arena Master Plan redevelopment, 51 million. Is the co-funding in that?
Currently, when we created that budget, there was no assumption for co-funding. That's not to say that there wouldn't be a good opportunity to do something in that space, though.
Okay. All right, thank you. And then in the strategic list, where we've got wastewater, water and stormwater upgrades, I'm just trying to understand the categorising them as being strategic. Could we read that as being optional? Or is that a step too far?
Mike Monaghan, Group Manager, Three Waters. I think what we attempted to do with the strategic programmes was to say that things wouldn't fail immediately, but they were still strategic in as much as they would need to be done eventually.
Okay. So what would be the risk of not doing them?
Have you got a particular programme?
Okay, that sounds like a good answer. Now, on to the hubs on page 40.
Sorry, Councillor.
Sorry.
I just wondered if you had a particular programme that I could refer to for that question.
No, I was thinking of the totality of the water, wastewater and stormwater projects that are described as strategic.
Okay. And the impact of not doing those projects? I guess it would. Yeah, I'd probably have to go and just have a look at the programmes to be able to give you that answer. But yeah, I mean, eventually it would be kind of level of service things.
Mike, just pick one and talk about it. Take an example.
So the wastewater, so 1619 wastewater treatment. Oh, sorry. No, I've not got the same papers that you're looking at in front of me, Councillor.
Okay. Well, if I just give an example of the first one on wastewater, is 1616 citywide wastewater pump station capacity upgrade, and there's 12 million budgeted over 10 years, and it just says strategic, meeting level of service.
Yeah, and I guess that's probably referring to my previous answers. If we didn't do these immediately, there would be little impact right now, but going forward, we would fail to meet levels of service, risking things like environmental overflows and things like that.
Okay. I guess just a general question for possibly the CE or anyone else feels that they can answer it. And we've got approximately $5 million worth of projects categorised as strategic, and we've been told we've got the capacity to include 20% of them. So how would you prioritise 20% of these projects? Because I feel like any line item I ask about can tell me that if we don't do it, it's going to reduce levels of service. So it feels like an impossible solution.
Yes, through the chair, certainly understand the difficult task that you have in front of you. I'm not quite sure whether any answer that I might provide now is going to be potentially useful at all. However, the thing for me would be thinking about the direction that you're wanting to take the city. What are the things that are important? What are the things that the community have talked to you about over the course of the last 3 years and even prior to that? And potentially start thinking about the priority of and potentially the priority of the things that were in the plan previously as well, and why you talked about those things and had those in the plan previously.
Okay. Just a last question about the hubs then on page 40, 2343, and appreciating that this meeting is before the actual paper on the hubs. What is the timing that's suggested for the Highbury and Pacifica hubs in the paper that's coming on Wednesday next week? And no, I haven't read it because I've been too busy working on this.
Through the chair, I'll just need to check that. I've got a 2 been signalled to me, but it is in the 10-year. It is within the 10-year plan. Within the first 10 years is what's been
suggested
in the paper that's coming to you.
Okay. I think I'll just stop there because I feel myself getting grumpy. Thank you.
Well, we can't have that. Councillor Harpiter.
Thank you. I'm on page 37 in item 1895, Te Mautuapotua. For 14670, I'm not on this project and I'm not on this Rangatani group. What do we get for that amount of money?
I can probably answer it. Some of the officers might want to help me if I get things wrong. I think the square metre of the building, who's on it with me? It's rather large. 1,000 square metres? Yeah. And it includes a cultural civic marae, a wharanui. It has all meeting rooms. It has a dual purpose of commercial and cultural. It has viewing platforms for the river and the city. But in essence, it is Rangitane's civic marae, cultural centre.
So who will use it then? Just mainly...
There's a full plan with the utilisation around the coming to us. And there's been quite a business case done up around customer numbers and how it will be operated, and revenue streams, staffing, right down to buying the toilet paper and the stationery.
It's not trying to get into comment, but it's hard as council when we haven't seen anything.
It's come to the Rangatane Manawatu committee.
But we're not members of that committee.
But anybody can join the meeting. Yeah.
Okay, I'll move on to my next item.
Just one further, just comment on that. Just in that first year, a lot of that money in that first year was for the upgrade of the road up there as well. So there's quite a big roading upgrade piece in that first year.
Okay, thank you.
Withdraw and apologise.
On page 38, no, sorry, 1763, which is the 2 million. So, Mr. Mayor, you might know all about this, but a lot of other councillors won't know about this. The 2.1 million, it's for property acquisition at Arena, so.
It's 2 properties, councillor.
And it's for, I just, so that everybody, other councillor knows what it's about, so that we can do more for the stock cars, or is it more for the backfields?
No, it's Watergrove Street, so it's more at the front end, Arena 5, gym sports, etc., yeah.
Just being clear.
We don't own, the city doesn't own all the properties, but we have, we don't have sale and purchase agreements. Bryce, can you explain it better than I am?
Certainly. So there's 2 properties in between the car park in front of Barber Hall and the entrance square that we do not own. A plumber and an appliance rental company in there at the moment. We do not have sale and purchase agreements over them. However, we are and have been in active negotiations with them. Well, I have been for my entire time at council. So we are getting relatively close on deals, and based on valuations of those 2 properties combined, it comes in at circa 2.1 million.
Okay, thank you. And my last question's around social housing. So on page 39, 1459, that's 17 million. Is that for additional housing? And it doesn't say where it's going to go. Can I just have a clarification of where that's going to go?
Yes, that was reflected in the paper I presented to council. Was it last week? Basically, that's tied to Summerhays Street. So the first, the value, the 4 million in year 1 is actually better off funding. So that's externally funding, and then really the current program is currently sitting there, and as per the paper I presented on last week, we're about to go out for an expressions of interest exercise to approach the market and seek partners on that, but should council need to contribute some money over and above the better off funding, that would be the program that council resolved for it to come from.
It says 1459's about Huia Street. This one didn't say it was about Huia Street. That was all. That's why I asked the question.
Correct, it's Summerhays.
Thank you.
Councillor Zabellan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to jump back to Councillor Wood's questions about the hub, and particularly Awapuni. And it was my understanding that there were some time pressures relating to the acquisition of the land there at St. Mark's, and I wondered if that was factored into the decision to prioritise Awapuni in this paper.
So importantly, council has never officially made a decision that the St. Mark's site will be the location of the Awapuni hub. We are in negotiations with the owners of St. Mark's Church at the moment for that acquisition. That the timing of that program as it currently sits was, I think I talked about it earlier, basically to try and align it through to the central library to allow for a decanting option, as opposed to being tied to the acquisition of the site.
Thank you. And I just had a question on that same page. The last row on page 40 is 2452 community gardens and water supply and signage. There's a quite small line items, figures there. I was just really curious about the water supply and signage and our role in that. I understood that we charged for connection fees. Are there other services we supply that we don't charge those groups for, or that we subsidise in some way?
Kathy Deaver Todd, Group Manager, Parks and Logistics. when any group or any person in the city connects to a water supply, there is a charge. It is anticipating here that potentially with the Three Waters, we may not own those water connections. We would be treated as a private property, so not necessarily managing the reticulation as well. So what we've got here is a subsidy in effect to a group. If council was to pay for that water connection, that is an advantage that group would get above a normal person in the city or a commercial thing. So for transparency, we've put it out as a separate line.
Thank you. So would that be assuming that we aren't in control of water supplies? Is that what, am I understanding you right there?
We've got a function as the supplier of the water and the security of the water, and then we've got functions obviously in community development and park, and those are two separate parts of council. It's not uncommon for different areas because you've got a regulatory part and you've got a service delivery part for those things to be separated. But there is a fee or charge that for a water connection that must be paid by everybody, including other departments or other divisions of council.
And that's the connection fee, is that correct? It's $500?
Connection fee plus the physical cost of our water staff doing the connection or a contractor on their behalf.
Excellent, thank you. And the signage as well, we provide signage to these gardens or these groups?
Sorry, I'll ask Stephanie to answer that piece because she's actually the person who's loaded this program.
Kia ora, Stephanie Valvin, Community Development Manager. We included signage or provision for signage in that budget because we don't currently have any budget for that, but there is a level of service that we would like to provide for community gardens because it would provide clarity for the community around the community gardens that exist. Thank you. That's all from me. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, and perhaps following on from Councillor Isabel in there. So, Stephanie, sorry, when you talked about 2452 providing water supply and signage for community gardens that exist, what would be the case for any new community gardens?
So this budget would be available for potential new community gardens as well. There would potentially be a little bit of catch-up. We know one or two that are requesting a water connection at the moment, so this would allow for that.
And just to get a sense of the scale there, so 8,000 a year, is that kind of one garden a year? Is that 2 gardens a year?
That's for one garden a year.
Basically, that gives us a 1 garden a year pace. Great, thank you. Just some questions. So, community centres, I'm even more lost than I was before Councillor Wood asked the question. Is the Highbury Centre and the Pacifica Centre in other lines, and if so, which lines are they in?
The Highbury Hub was to be delivered through the Community Hub program as well. The Pacifica Centre has its own program line, as does the Multicultural Centre, although noting that the Pacifica one and the Multicultural one, as I said earlier, will display as 0 because those figures are currently sitting in year 11.
So they wouldn't be appearing in our papers?
Possibly not, no.
So there kind of isn't money for them then?
They probably are on one of the attachment that shows the changes since over time through the iterative changes. They'll be on there because on the 3rd of November they'll be displaying in year 4, which lines up with the paper being presented next week. However, now they'll be showing as 0 because they sit in year 11.
Thanks. And so in terms of process from here to rescue those, if we're getting a paper on Wednesday, would we need at that point to refer things back to the long-term plan, even though we're kind of right in the middle of it?
Yes.
Thank you. Interested around the Appendix 4 water and wastewater, which is about $60 million in total. that's identified as strategic. If we were to proceed with the recommendation that was recently on the screen, which was to scrub 20 million from Appendix 3, would the advice be that Appendix 4 should also be excluded as it's a lower priority than what we see in Appendix 3? Sorry, I hope that was clear.
No, do you want to try and have another crack?
Yeah. So it's back on the screen now. So if we said out of Appendix 3, which is the legal requirement and the critical, if we asked for 20 million in savings there, would it be logical to assume that we would also be deprioritizing some of the Appendix 4 water and wastewater because officers' judgment has been that it's even lower priority than what we're already trimming?
I'd probably refer to Mike, but I thought we would go to Appendix 4 before we went to Appendix 3. Because it's lower. So legal, because 3 is legal, right?
Yeah, so attachment 3 is your legal requirements.
Yep. So
and critical.
Maybe I'm not following, but
and
there
then
you're suggesting
we're doing that first, and then strategic, but we're taking questions over all of them at the same time.
I guess probably the most simple way of clarifying the question might be to say, can you confirm that in the water space, both drinking water services and wastewater, that everything we see in Appendix 3 is definitely higher priority than everything we see in Appendix 4?
correct. Yes.
Great, thank you. Sorry, I'm just a bit lost on lines here. Just to follow up one thing around definitions, when we talk about program priority categorization, we have revenue generating. Is the assumption that the revenue is covering the cost, or just that it might make $1 and therefore it's revenue generating?
I wouldn't want to answer that definitively, but I would suggest that the asset generates some sort of revenue. It may not be covering all of its costs, however.
And if we were to seek information about the levels of revenue being generated against specific lines, would that be possible, or is that kind of outside the scope of information available to us?
I think that would be difficult for certain items because they make up a base of assets across an activity as opposed to just one asset on its own. So that would be quite difficult, I would think.
Thank you. Finally, can I just understand in the housing, page 39 on our papers, the 2236 Huia Street Reserve, identifying that as year 9 and 10, for argument's sake, why isn't that, say, years 4 and 5?
Again, that decision was made to try and help smooth out the capital program over the 10-year period.
So is that smoothing around deliverability?
No, it was smoothing around trying to defer some capital throughout the 10-year period to help with the ceiling limit.
But how's it helping with the, sorry, did you say helping with the debt ceiling?
The decision to push that out was not a reflection of deliverability in terms of not being able to actually build the houses. It was more looking at all the programs that we were doing, and we did an exercise to try and distribute them over the 10-year period.
Okay, so just to be really clear then, from a deliverability point of view, if we wanted to pull that forward, it would not create issues. What it might do is create a little bit of lumpiness in the year-on-year capital investment.
Correct.
Thank you.
Although it could actually, that could be a very good program to be tagging to external funding through a development partner.
Noted. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Bowen.
See, I was worried you were coming to me then, and I was just losing my paper. back to 902, seismic strengthening. How is that, I'm looking for a link to the civic and cultural master plan work, which in my head these things are connected, but I'm not seeing that in the papers. So how would we know what the connection is between those programmes?
Bryce can correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is 902 includes all the costs for our earthquake-prone buildings, which includes some of the buildings which will be part of the civic and are part of the civic and cultural precinct master plan. Ultimately, again, my understanding is most of the costs in here are to strengthen the buildings. Although for the library and Te Manawa, there is funding to do more than strengthening them. So I guess the relationship between those items and the civic and cultural precinct master plan is that's the money to help deliver it. What we deliver and what that looks like and how it's designed and prioritised is the planning process. So at the moment, the resolution on the books from the council is that the preferred option going into the LTP is that the 2019 master plan is the basis for our decision going forward. I think there's been some conversation a number of times on Wednesday and today about how we partner and co-fund, and the Chief Executive talked earlier about that. So my advice is looking at that 170 across the 10 years. If we're wanting to be more aspirational in terms of the outcomes for those buildings, and that's where we should be looking at co-funding and partnerships.
So is there somewhere else in here that I'm not seeing that has the planning money for civic and cultural?
So when you see the operational budget, there is some funding in years 1, 2 and 3 to a recommended program to advance the types of conversations that the Civic Steering Group had earlier this week, say for instance with Tauranga. So there's a $100,000 operational budget in year 1, 2 and 3 to start to get some advice about how, if we do want to move down a partnership model, how we would structure that. And then into needs, and then potentially completed a master plan, or if we're working with partners, they may do that for us.
Thank you, David. And then I had another question about, and I've lost it in my documents, but in the strategic lump, where it's called increasing level of service, is that programme all to increase the level of service and the maintain level of service is sitting somewhere else? Or is that maintain plus increase in one package? Does that make sense?
Which I might get Michael Bryce maybe to answer this, because I've got an idea, but I'll probably get it slightly wrong.
So in that attachment 4, notably some of those items are, it does say meeting level of service, and equally some of them say increased level of service, and that's sort of our best way to try and provide guidance where the difference between maintaining or doing more.
Yes, I understand that, Bryce. What I'm asking is where it says increasing, is that maintain plus increasing in that envelope, or is that just the increase budget and maintain sits somewhere else?
I'd give a very broad brush without sort of, because there may be some programs in there that might have an element of maintaining, but in the main, I would suggest that they are doing more, as in increasing the level of service.
Yeah. Okay. I think in some situations what we'll do is we'll have a like a renewal, and that'll cover effectively renewing to the level of service you do. But for instance, if you think about a stormwater pipe that might have been built 60 years ago, it was probably built to a standard that we wouldn't build it to today. So when we're renewing it, so it would be split across 2 programs. So some of it's genuinely increasing, so that's new, some of it's renewal. So, so to wherever we can, we'll put it in this line, because obviously we can debt fund it as opposed to rates.
So if I'm looking, which I am, looking at the biodiversity and the Manawatu River space, there are 3 programs in there that are increasing level of service. And those, well, certainly lighting, I know we've talked about before, so those look to me like they are new things. What would happen if we just took out the increasing level of service lines?
So I'll speak to that, Kathy Deaver-Todd. All of those ones, they are absolutely optional. They are in there because they're strategically aligned to the Manawatu River framework that's been adopted by the council. But they are a new level of service. They are new assets that would be available to the community. You see there's one there that's a Hokowhitu Lagoon Development Plan.
Yeah.
That one is only funded in this year, and that's for the development of that plan, but we haven't put any proposal in there.
And that one was meeting level of service, not increasing.
That's right, that's meeting level of service. But generally, in the parks area, the only exception for where a meeting level of service may add new assets is where we have forecast a demand, so an increase. So in order to maintain the level of service for everybody as a whole, we need to build some new assets. There's a few of those, and they're purely demand related. An example of that would be the Bill Brown car park. When the demand increases at that park, unless we build more car parking, it will be more congested. But on the whole, parks programs are increasing level of service, new assets, new services.
Okay, thank you. And in that same space, and coming back to the questions Councillor Harper was raising about Te Motua Potua, I do have some confusion here because I don't recall this ever coming through council to be referred to the long-term plan. It came through committee where the proposal was noted.
It has actually.
Has it?
Yep.
Okay. But if we're going greater than 75% externally funded, how are we going to do that in year 1 and 2?
Because it's coming cash from our city partner, Rangitane. We're not going through some application form.
Okay.
They're fronting out with cash.
And then I'm assuming that means they're comfortable with that timing.
I'm not. I couldn't answer for them. Kathy?
So the discussions with Rangitane are that their contribution towards it would be towards physically the cash from Rangitane would be towards the end of the project. Just on this, just a minor correction there on the assumptions. The assumptions are that 10 million would be funded by council, 2 million by Rangitane and 3 million external funding. So if you went with this timeline, then the council's money would be drawn down possibly earlier in terms of timing of loans, but we would have needed to have secured all of that funding before we actually began construction.
Sorry, tell me those numbers again, Kathy. 10 million from council.
Yes, it's 10 million from council, 3 million from external funding, and 2 million from Rangitane. That is the assumptions. That has not. Obviously, the program hasn't been adopted in terms of council, but there's still some more discussions in terms of those numbers to be had. But that is the initial assumptions in the business case.
That's not greater than 75% externally funded. That's 75. That doesn't add up.
It's 3/4 council. It's 1/4 external. Or 2/3. 2/3. 2/3. 1/3.
The papers say greater than 75% externally funded.
So
it means greater than 75% internally funded.
No, it should. Well, if it does say that, it's wrong. It should be. It's 2/3 council, 1/3 external.
But then it's wrong. It does say that, which is why it didn't make any sense to me. Okay, that's helpful, I suppose. We'll have to think about that. I think that's probably all from me now. I might have more later.
Okay, I've got a few. Probably, I mean, you've actually have answered a few of these, but obviously we've got I think there's a motion on the books for the waters around attachment 3 to be reduced. But Mike, the drinking water standards are significantly, there's 38 million there of that. And we can apply for an exemption, can't we, I think you did give us an answer on that earlier in the.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think what I said on Wednesday was that we need to agree a plan with Taumata ROI, which leads us to an enforceable undertaking, which does ensure that we have a timeline and a plan to become compliant. I don't think we will get an exemption. That's what I'm seeing around the country for other councils.
So, as we are well known as being one of the better freshwater providers, how are other councils doing this? Because this has been dumped on everybody.
I'd suggest they're probably in the same position that we're in and trying to find a way through this.
Okay. Not sure how they're going to do it. With resource recovery, program 1371, safety, security and development. There's 1.8 million there. What exactly is that? Around closed landfills and transfer stations.
Yeah, pretty lengthy program name. That $1 million in the first year is a replacement or a brand new compost shredder. We currently have a lease arrangement on an old shredder that's coming to an end. The implication of that $1 million being decreased is you would have to increase the annual operating expenditure by $150,000 a year.
Okay, thank you. And then just lower down, program 2336, the compost bunker processing system development, and that's obviously increasing. There's 1.7 there. What is that? Obviously, it's connected.
What was the program number? Sorry.
So 2336.
Yes, so that is in preparation for the food scraps introduction and putting infrastructure in place so we can actually process what we collect.
Okay, good. And then 727, recycling materials recovery facility development. There's 6 million there. Is that the upgrade of all the gear and everything else?
That is the replacement of our materials recovery facility, which is failing and past its asset life.
Okay. We've got lower down under economic development 99 new vehicles. That's another new vehicle program. That's not a double up, is it? That's just another new vehicle program.
Yes, so it's not necessarily new vehicles, it's new vehicles or plant, and generally it is equipment that we purchase that improves the efficiency or the delivery of our services to reduce our operational costs, or to support an increase in demand for an existing service. But in general, in the last 2 years, it has been efficiency things. If councillors remember, like the little robot that marks out the sports fields is an example of something that was funded out of Program 99.
Tractors and all those sorts of things as well?
Normally equipment that would go on the tractors, right. So that improves the efficiency and reduce our labour.
Okay, thank you. Mike, over on wastewater, 1617, we'll get our old favourite again, the biogas system improvements. Is that another program on top of the others? It says increasing the level of service.
Yes, so through you, Mr. Chair, this programme is less to do with the engine itself, which is what we spoke about previously. This is more to do with the safe collection and storage of the biogas from the digesters. Currently, we're not meeting best industry practice for gas handling equipment. So things like new flare stack, storage vessels, safety valves, etc.
Okay, thank you. And just down onto waters, 2042 Turitea Water Treatment Plant, the main duplicate. I thought we'd done that work.
So what we did in the last LTP was a duplicate main from the treatment plant to the Ngāhere Park Reservoir, and the Chief Infrastructure Officer alluded yesterday that we still only have one pipe from the dam to take the water to the treatment plant. So this is a duplicate main to give us resilience to get the water to the plant. We've got that resilience now from the plant to the reservoir, but we don't have that resilience from the dam to the treatment plant, and that's the raw water main.
Okay, all right. And then program number 2303, citywide bore facility improvements. 2.4 million there. Is that across all our existing bores, just making sure that they're going as well as they can?
Yes, that's right. And there's a number of identified issues with the bores that are getting, pretty old now. So refurbishing the bores, maybe re-drilling a bore. So all those sites that need to be kept on top of to improve that level of service going forward.
Okay. And then on stormwater, on the next page, program 1372, stormwater pump stations improvements. Again, it's increasing the level of service. Is that just ensuring that we've got everything under as good as it can be?
So we've got a number of critical stormwater stations that only have one pump. They don't have a duty standby. So if that one pump was to fail in a critical moment, there'd be issues.
Right.
So these are improvement programs for that.
Okay, cool. No, that's me. Thank you. Right, Councillor Naylor.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions from me. On page 13 of our agenda, at the very bottom, one of the levers has been outlined is leverage strategic assets for return, and it talks about that perhaps being something to impact future LTPs. And then it says, other than potentially some short-term asset sales. Now, I'm just interested to understand if officers have got anything underway to look at that, or whether that would need to be direction given from council to look at that lever.
Through the chair, we would require some direction from you to go and have a look at that further.
Okay, thank you. And the second part of the question is, in terms of program 902, the earthquake strengthening, 170 million. If we feel that that's too much for our community to afford and want to reduce that, the Chief Executive mentioned earlier that we could ask you to go away and look at alternate options for those buildings. Would we need to give some specific direction around that as well?
That would be ideal during these deliberations for you to do that.
Okay, thank you.
I think to Councillor, there is probably a couple of recommendations up in that space already, and we'll go through those in a moment. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. Okay, page 38, Ashurst Te Apiti Master Plan, Three Bridges Loop Development. That's a new addition. Did that come through council? Did I miss that somehow?
I can recall it, but I don't. It was a while ago, to be honest. It's Kathy.
Yes, it did come through council. It is a program that came to council when we asked whether we could apply for external funding towards that program. We were successful in securing funding for the first stage. This is assuming we will also get funding for the second and third stages, which Waka Kotahi have indicated they would look upon favourably, but there is no guarantee there. So this program does have associated external funding.
So this is one that we could tag to say would go ahead if we were successful with the external funding, is it?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Now, where is the multicultural hub in all of this?
It's currently sitting in year 11.
Year 11. And so, is there anything else that has been taken off that we don't have sight of? So, I mean, we've remembered a couple of things, but there may be other things, and I'd quite like to know what they are.
I would suggest the attachment that shows the movement between the last LTP, the 3rd of November, and the current, or 29th, I think it was dated. Yeah, with the 3 different coloured lines. That shows the movement of things, and that's a good way to see what has occurred since the 3rd of November.
Okay, thank you. That's really helpful. So, in terms of the Better Off funding that we got for the multicultural hub, has that all been spent now?
No, it hasn't. It is being spent. We allocated $500,000 towards that project to basically take it to a consented detailed design stage.
Okay. So, but if we do and that's in this financial year?
Correct.
So if we do that now and then we don't put the money in until year 11, the design is going to be outdated, isn't it, by 10 years' time?
There is a risk of that, yes. Essentially, we would be leaving that design in the drawer, so to speak, until we were willing to pull it out.
And what's the funding envelope that you've estimated in year 11?
4.1 million.
Okay, thanks. Now, in terms of how much we can include from attachment 4, initially the instruction was 100 million, but we have made some adjustments through different resolutions. So I wonder if someone could give me an update of what the envelope for attachment 4 is at the moment.
Scott Manser, Finance Manager. It's still about that 100 million. The impact of the revenue that you have taken out and the Waka Kotahi programs is incredibly hard to track in the chamber. So the figure is still around that 100 million to add in to if everything was to stay as proposed in the paper.
I'm sorry, I don't quite understand that, because was there not 50 odd million of growth programs that were removed?
Yes, however, half of that was already subsidised 51% by Waka Kotahi, so the true impact to the debt was a touch over 30 million.
Okay, so do we not have an additional 30 million?
Taking revenue out also decreases the available debt headroom, and that's the bit that is very hard to track in the chamber because all the other revenue assumptions are still being worked on.
Okay, yeah, I follow you. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Zabellan.
Thank you. I've just sparked off the Mayor's questions on Programme 2336, which related to the food scraps collection. And just looking on page 31, there are 3 line items that relate to that service. And 2 of them on page 31, there's 1910, which is processing service development, and then further down under economic development, 2514, new vehicles and plant. And those are both tagged as legal requirements. On the following page, 2336 is compost bunker, and that is classed as critical. So I'm just interested in the differentiation between the same program and acquiring plant to deliver that service, and some of that acquisition has been tagged as critical and some as a legal requirement. Is that an important distinction? Should I be reading anything into that?
No, it wasn't a important distinction. We tried to tag all of the things associated with the food scraps together, and we marked those as legal requirement because that is the current direction we have, is that it is about to be mandated, noting that it technically hasn't been mandated as of today. Looking at the other program, I guess where it is a little bit complicated is the bunker isn't the only thing being delivered from that program. So the other elements of that program over the 10-year period may be critical, but they aren't necessarily legal, if that makes sense. Whereas the other 2 are dedicated to just food scraps.
So would a bunker composting system be used for other things other than food scrap?
Correct, because we also collect green waste and other things like that. So,
cool, thank you. And I'm right in understanding that as this is a mandated service and there's no existing plant with capacity within 150 kilometres of Palmerston North, that some plant would have to be constructed here by someone at some point?
Correct, although noting that it is not technically mandated yet.
Understood. Yes, and so there's two sort of aspects to this. One is the collection of the waste, and one is the processing of the waste.
Correct.
And I guess where I'm getting to is that in that same meeting we heard from officers that year one is going to, there's a proposal to have a fundamental review of our service delivery models for waste, and I guess where my train of thought is going is that this sort of equates to about a $5 million capital investment with a review coming after we've made those assumptions. And I'm just interested in what a fundamental review in year one, what implications that would have on the delivery of this, noting that we have not decided as a council that we would necessarily be solely responsible for all of these services. We hadn't explored all those optionalities of partnerships or going out to the market. So I feel like we hadn't made those decisions yet, and I'm a bit confused about the process if we adopt this capital investment and then we consult on a resource recovery plan and a WIMP together and through the long-term plan, and then in year one we go and do a full comprehensive review of how we deliver these services. So just the order is a bit muddled to me, and I was wondering if someone could talk me through that rationale.
Look, it's a very good question. So yes, in year one, there's currently 2 proposed operating investigation programs. One of them is the big comprehensive service review that's looking at everything we do, from collecting rubbish to how we might do that, through to different options and recycling and everything in between. There's also a dedicated one toward looking directly at how we would implement food scraps and how that could be done in more detail. I suppose the chicken and egg situation here is we currently have direction that we would need to implement something, so we need to put some budgets in the 10-year plan to reflect that. Should you make some decisions as a result of that investigation in year one and make a fundamental change to our service, for instance, that would have impacts on the programs as they currently sit in the long-term plan, but there's no... I guess that the opposite effect is probably a lot more challenging. If we remove them all now, then did an investigation and found we had to add them all back in, you may not have the debt headroom to actually add them in.
If we were to make some fundamental changes, would that trigger a reconsultation for the WIMP?
The action to do the full investigation is included in the WIMP as a key action that we're looking to do. I don't think it would trigger a new WIMP necessarily, but yes, potentially it would be some of the decisions that council will have to make, such as bins versus bags in terms of rubbish, whether we exit rubbish altogether. Some of those decisions will have quite a fundamental impact on the way the division currently operates.
Okay, so then that's helpful. So it's getting to a point where we'll include that potentially, if it survives, we'll indicate that capital spend and the operational spend, noting that the whole thing's going to be reviewed and possibly change in the future based on the feedback we might get through that consultative process.
There is a potential for that, yes. I suppose there's a whole bunch of complexity in there too. So even, we are now mandated to be having a curbside recycling service, for instance. One option, I guess hypothetically, could be that we outsource that to somebody else, which would fundamentally change the way we deliver it at the moment, but we would still have to have some costs in the LTP to reflect what that would actually mean for us. Because of all that complexity, it's probably near on impossible for me to give you any kind of detail around what that might look like financially.
Okay, thank you. I'll leave that for now. Thanks.
Maybe if I could just add one comment. I suppose I think this is the approach that makes most sense, because even if it does change and you look at different ways of, let's say we we've worked out what we want to achieve, but let's look at how we're delivering it, and that could involve, you know, partnering or outsourcing or what have you. It may actually still require significant capital commitment from council, depending on how that arrangement is. So I think by putting it in the way that we have, it leaves us with the most options in terms of being able to choose the most effective way of delivering the service going forward.
Deputy Mayor.
Kia ora, Mr Chair. O te rā tātou. I just have a query with regard to 3 items. 2415 CCTV Citywide Monitoring and Safety Centre. Is that tied up or linked to our call centre? Is there the idea to integrate that with the call centre, or is this completely separate?
I'm sorry, Councillor, can you just repeat what page that was on for me?
Oh yes, page 40 and line 2415 code.
Yeah, look, I think there would still need to be a little bit of work just to ascertain exactly how that looks, but I believe the idea would be to combine it in with the contact centre to give us that 24-hour of monitoring.
Oh, Kapo, thank you for that. And also on page 41 with 2499 Smart Cities, Smart Palmy, I suspect that that could be integrated as well with that. Was that the intention? That the Smart Cities and Smart Palmy is an interactive, integrated system that would pick up security? Or are they separate? Thank you.
Kia ora, Danelle Whakatahi, Chief People and Performance Officer. Through the Chair, so the Smart City is about looking at all of the technology that we can use to advance the city. So it could look at that, but it might not necessarily cover that.
Right. Thank you. And over the page on page 42, 2204 Citywide Street Racer Prevention. And I see the funding for that. What's that looking like? Is that fixing the actual roads, or is that linking it also with technology to the smart city, city security, CCTV stuff?
It could do. The primary motivator around that was having some budget provision in there to be dealing with things like putting in speed humps and other sort of preventative measures to try and deter the events happening in the first place.
Thank you. I picked out those 3 because I felt that they could be integrated in a systemic way that could be helpful and useful for us. But yeah, thank you for the feedback. Kia ora.
And just finally, before we get into a couple of recommendations around attachment around capital new spend, legal and critical items, Councillor Wood online.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just wanted to ask a question that was spurred on by Councillor Bowen, because either my understanding of the documents in front of us is a little bit wrong, or there's a mistake in the documents. So on page 37, Kathy's answer was regarding to motor quota line 1895. We will be funding $10 million of it. That means that we will need to raise $10 million of debt to do so. My understanding is the figures in front of us are the debt that we need to raise, and that's why we need to raise the debt ceiling to pay for these programs. Therefore, if we take $1 million out of attachment 4, we reduce the amount of debt we need to raise by $1 million. If my understanding is correct there, and we are only raising $10 million of debt for this program, should it not be $10 million as the 10-year total, not $14.6 million? And has a mistake been made in that the whole program cost has been included in the budget rather than our contribution toward the project?
Through you, Mr Mayor, it will be we should have the total project cost in here, and that takes into account the different methods of funding that may go towards those that project. So if in this example the total project cost is 15 million for argument's sake and 10 million is coming from us, we would still show the 15 million, but in terms of our debt calculation we are only calculating the debt on the 10 million portion and we show an external revenue of 5 million.
Okay, well that is helpful to know and does make this process frustrating given we don't have that figure of what each line actually contributes for the debt. So how do we, I mean, for example, let's take the library and the museum earthquake strengthening. If we said we do not want council 100 million into that, we want it to be externally funded through a joint venture or other such mean, and you're saying that we wouldn't recommend that we reduce that budget by 100 million, we just leave it as it is and take it on, that you'll take that out of our debt calculations. And we just have a recommendation saying that it'll be funded through a joint venture. Is that what we'd do? We don't actually adjust the budget line in here?
Yes, you would be saying that it is subject to external funding, and so what that means is basically that if council is successful in getting that external funding, then the project proceeds, and if it is not, then the project would not proceed and it would come back into the chamber for a further decision on how you'd like to proceed with that. So we would still have to show the total cost of the project, and we would create a capital revenue line, much like we do with Waka Kotahi subsidies and with, if you take the example of nature calls, where we've assumed external funding either through IFF or other, we still have to show the cost of the project.
Okay, I'm sorry if everybody else understands this and I don't, but I really want to get clear on this. So you've told us for attachment 4 that of the 526 million that's there, we can afford 100 million of it. But a portion of that 526 is already funded externally. So for example, as you just said, $4 million for Te Mautoa Poutoa, I assume the Streets for People element has a portion of external funding. So where are we actually sitting of that 526? How much, I guess, is already funded? So what I'm saying is if there's already $50 million, $10 million of external funding in there, well then we've actually got a headroom of 110, not of 100. Or am I off base here?
I'll just get one of the officer did actually ask a very similar question before, and they were struggling to get an exact answer for us, but I think he's going to have another go.
Yeah, so the total capital spend of attachment 4 is the 526 million that you refer to. Of that, the council funding portion is 385 million. So we have done some net calculations, and they're predominantly the Waka Kotahi funded programs in there, plus a few others. That was released in the schedule to elected members last night. So you can still only afford 100 million of the council funding, which is 385. I know that is quite confusing to wrap your head around, and maybe we'll have to try and show what programs are funded when we come back on the 13th. But we have taken into account the funding already for all of the programs, and the available funding that council has is 100 million.
All right, so our target's 325, not 526. That makes life a lot more clear. I just don't know how we go ahead if we don't know. So let's say we took an item that was 50 million in there and we see, right, we're going to reduce completely. Well, we've only actually had if half of it was co-funded, we've only actually done 25 million out of that 325, not 50. So I'm just trying to understand how we're ahead when we don't have the figures in front of us.
Well, I think that's what the officers...
If I'm the only one who's not understanding this, then
So just, Councillor, the officers are trying to get that information to us. Yep. To be honest, it's pretty hard, and I know probably this should have been explained to the newer councillors, how the whole program's put in there, external funding and our funding, and it probably has added to a bit of the confusion. But they're going to try and get us something, and to give us an exact appreciation of what we've got. ones in here. Obviously, around the property, around the seismic strengthening, and there's a couple of those to come up. A lot of new water programs, the wastewater treatment plants in there, but we've already dealt with that. It does have other important programs around roading, around bridge improvements of 8.2 million and another 7.7 in extra road sealing, which I'd say are extremely important. So we'll just go through this in bites. So this is around, and then we'll do a catch-all at the end. So this is around from Councillor Barrett that the wastewater and water capital new programs in Appendix 3 be reduced by 20 million across years 1 to 10 in the drafting of the 24-34 LTP, with a view to deliver these in years 11 to 15 of the asset management plan. So, Councillor Barrett, yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Another precedent, me standing up and arguing that we should be cutting back on water services investment in a day that I didn't think would come, but is here. Again, absolutely no joy in this. In fact, even less in the negative joy column than I had this morning. This is really a difficult one, but again, a necessary constraint for us. We, and when I say we, I mean the whole community, is already committing we've pierced the $600 million mark around nature calls. A huge intergenerational investment. And what that means is that we need to be a bit more moderate around some of our other water services investment, around drinking water and wastewater capital programs. These are currently proposed at an additional 125 million above and beyond nature calls. A lot of that, as was teased out in questions, has come through unfunded mandates from central government, about 45 million in the legal requirement category. And as we've heard, there's also some uncertainty around how some of that forward investment actually settles out pending new legislation. What this recommendation does is it leaves the hunt for the savings to the officers, and I do think that is the wiser way here. We are giving them full scope across all 10 years and full scope across 23 programs to identify $20 million in savings, which is about 15% of that total envelope, so it is significant, but in my view, prudent and necessary. This approach also protects the stormwater investment. So it stops the poor cousining of the third water, and so often we've seen stormwater investment underdone. This protects stormwater investment and specifically addresses around wastewater and around drinking water. So again, absolutely no joy in this, but it is something that is crucial and important. I'd also say that we should bear in mind that because this is Appendix 3, if we were to make this decision, we are sending a very strong signal to Appendix 4. And Appendix 4 holds $60 million in these same two categories. Not saying we'll never do this. The latter part of the recommendation is very clear. We do expect to see this picked up, but it goes back to the asset management plan, a 30-year life cycle, but we'd like to see it loaded into the first 5 years of those asset management plans so that it very clearly comes into view very soon. I think that's really all I need to say by way of introduction, Mr. Mayor. We, again, need to find some modest savings right across. We've made a little bit of progress earlier this morning, but as we heard with the co-fund sting in the tail, sometimes that doesn't necessarily help the cap in the way that we need to. This is clear savings that will directly deliver towards headroom under the debt cap. So I would ask for your advice. We'll still be making the improvements to the network, just at a slightly slower pace. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Naylor.
Thank you. It's not very often that I rise to oppose a reduction, but in this situation, I'm really open to us pulling back on some of the spend in the water space, but I don't see the logic in pulling it back in the attachment 3 critical area when there are actually $60 million worth of option for us to reduce in attachment 4 in the optional area. So I will be opposing this recommendation, but if it fails, I would be happy to move or second a greater level of reduction in the attachment 4 wastewater and water space, which there is 31 million in each of those categories. So I'd be happy to move a $40 million reduction across those from attachment 4, rather than the critical ones that have been identified by officers in attachment 3.
Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I wasn't going to speak, but I think there may be some misunderstanding. So, in attachment 4, we only have the option of picking winners up to 100 million. So, none of these budgets have assumed that anything in attachment 4 is in. So, therefore, I understand where Councillor Nell is coming from, but I think there may be some misunderstanding there. That what we're dealing with at the moment is assuming that nothing in attachment 4 is funded. So proposing to reduce something in attachment 4 at this stage doesn't help us at all. Proposing to reduce something in attachment 3 may give us a little bit more extra headroom to use in attachment 4, but at the moment, my understanding, and I'm happy to be correct if I've got it wrong, is that nothing in attachment 4 is included in the budget at all. Can officers confirm that? Yeah, that's correct. So where we're sitting at the moment, if we were to go home now, and believe me, I'd quite like to.
We will be. Depends how long people keep talking for.
Well, I'm just making sure we're all understanding what we're doing.
I understand you.
So, if we were to quit now, we'd get nothing from Appendix 4. Nothing. So, what we're suggesting here is a modest reduction to a huge spend in Appendix 3, and very likely, I would anticipate, that none of the waters programmes in Appendix 4 will be put forward to be funded at all. Because if they are, it'll be at the expense of other things in attachment 4. And I'm sure that everybody has their wish list from attachment 4, but mine doesn't include any waters programmes. So, therefore, I just want to be clear for Councillor Naylor's benefit, and perhaps anyone else who may have misunderstood, what we're doing here is proposing a small reduction in Appendix 3, because I think, every area needs to have a bit of a cut. Okay, so we've done some smoothing out in renewals, we've done some rebalancing in growth. Now we're looking to do some small cuts, or delaying really, because we're not cutting stuff, but so delaying some programmes in Appendix 3. But the bulk of the cutting is going to come in Appendix 4, and those things are not going to happen. And as we stand now, nothing in Appendix 4 is in. Nothing. So I would urge you to support this, because I hope, unless Scott comes up with another unfortunate calculation, I hope that will give us a little bit more optionality when we come to attachment 4. Thanks.
Could I ask for some clarification from you, Mr. Mayor, because you outlined that your assumption of attachment 4 was that it was all in unless we took it out.
Yeah, it is.
So it's just that's...
But I think what the councillor was alluding to, there's not a lot, there won't be a lot in.
Yes, so just to clarify, what I was trying to explain is, whether we start with it all in or all out, we've got to end with 100 million.
Yeah, that's what you were getting to. All right, before I go back to the mover, write a reply. Look, I'm happy to support the motion. Again, it's all about balance and affordability. I've always been a big supporter of our waters programs, because it's some of our core business. But there's an extra $45 million here of unfunded mandates, which we're just meant to just magically pick up on top of everything else that we're doing. So we're still carrying out a huge amount. This is a trim. And some of our water assets are incredibly good. I'd have to say our freshwater assets are right up there with the best in the country. And we're spending in wastewater, we're spending, depending on which figures you go by, either 400 or 600 million, which is extraordinary by a council our size. And I do like the fact that Councillor Barrett, you've left stormwater out, because that is our biggest risk around flooding, and stormwater is often the forgotten water. And we've made some good headway in that space and over the years with Better Off funding and a few other extra programs we put in the last LTP, but it still needs more investment. So I'm quite happy to support the reduction, bearing in mind we're still carrying out a huge amount of extra work. So I'd ask you to support it as well. It does give us a little bit of headway as we go forward. I'm sure it will add a little bit, but we'll hear about that shortly. So back to you, Councillor Barrett, for any... No? Okay, we're going to vote. Thank you. Oh, sorry, that's passed. 14 votes for, none against. Thank you. Okay, we move to the next one. And this is from Councillor Bowen. This is around that 170 million in Program 902, property seismic strengthening, be divided into a portion tagged for 50-50 additional co-funding with a library and museum focus, and a portion not tagged for co-funding in the drafting of the 2024-34 long-term plan. Councillor Bowen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we teased this out a little bit in questioning that this is quite a dynamic space that we're in with this programme, that there's overlap between this seismic strengthening programme and the ongoing work in the civic and cultural precinct space, which is in very early days. But what we know already in that work is that $170 million isn't going to go very far. So my intention here is to signal that the seismic strengthening that's required for buildings that fall within what will be the civic and cultural precinct, we would expect that to attract co-funding in the broadest sense of that project. But there are some things in that seismic strengthening, the Regent being the first cab off the rank, which is not part of civic and cultural precinct, so seeking to make a distinction between the two parts of that programme and also signal that we'd expect matched funding from a co-investment model there. I'm not seeking to reduce that programme. I think much as we're cutting things, I don't think we can afford to reduce that. We've talked about this before in the Chamber. There's a great deal of uncertainty about how much this work is actually going to cost. We're a long way from knowing what the costings look like, but looking at similar projects around the country, this feels in the right ballpark, and I've had no advice that it's not. And so I'm asking us to maintain this programme, but recognise that we'll be looking for co-funding there and seek your support for that. Thank you.
Councillor Wood online.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you for the move for this. This is a particularly interesting item because I follow Councillor Bowen's logic that they should be two separate line items. However, I disagree on the matter of how we should go about funding the library and the museum. I appreciate the Tauranga model, that Tauranga Council had some skin in the game in the joint venture that they undertook. My understanding was it wasn't 50-50 skin in the game, but it was a portion of the total development cost. So I don't want to tangentially endorse that we do a 50-50 co-funding model for the museum and the library by supporting this. So what I might seek to do is vote in favour of this and move an additional motion that the council leverage no debt for the development of seismic strengthening at the library and the museum, and instead move a motion that we effectively fund that through a joint venture. I don't see that necessarily going counter to this, because regardless it would still need to be in two separate line items. But what I am suggesting I can see a few confused faces. So let me explain very clearly what I'm trying to say. I don't believe we can build a new library and a new museum that we either fully fund or co-fund. There are developers like, take for example, Willis Bond, who've done it in Tauranga, who say we put in $10 million and they put in the 90 to do that development, where we would pay them a yearly lease for the development of that building. That means that we have an increased operational cost, but we have a lower upfront capital cost to get a new library and museum. I suggest further than that we do a joint development on one location. So we develop the library and the museum on one site, either the Te Manawa site or the library site, and that we use the money that we would generate through effectively the sale of whichever site we choose not to use to offset the operational cost of an increased lease for going through a joint venture. I would recommend that we do this for a 3-year period and that we look back in 3 years' time when we're doing the next long-term plan, and if a joint venture is proven impossible, too complicated, or if there's no commercial interest for it, at that stage we would then need to look at leveraging the money to build it ourselves. But I do not want to take the approach that we will build a new library and a new museum. I think there's synergy there. I think there's clear opportunity in the market for this to be done and delivered through a joint venture. What I'm trying to do is buy our council $100 million for attachment 4, meaning that rather than only being able to afford 100 in attachment 4, we would be able to afford 200, because there would be effectively $100 million less debt we would have to leverage ourselves in the development of a new library and a new museum. So I guess I will support this, but flag now that despite the fact that it does talk about co-funding, I'll move an additional recommendation to look at funding the museum and library portion through not through council debt, but through a joint venture. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Look, I'll comment just on. I appreciate what the mover's trying to do. Those that are on the Civic Master Plan group will understand that we've had some presentations, and the numbers are pretty huge when you do this work. And I have some sympathy with what's up there, but I'll just signal if this fails, there's another recommendation which is similar, but we have a capped contribution of 150 million from ratepayers, and that we seek external. It's similar, but it's just got a different number in front of it. The reason I won't support this, I just don't think this is enough money. We won't attract a development partner with half of this fund. And I think everybody, it's very difficult to get somebody in a commercial sense coming in, looking at the big items that we need to do. And I want to get away from this notion that we're merging the library and the museum together overnight. Where's that come from? I mean, they're different entities. One's 150 years old, the other one's 50 years old. One concentrates on telling stories, and the other one you read stories at. So I think they're totally different. And I'm not going to destroy two institutions to try and make something fit into another part of a budget. So I'm not buying that argument. I'm sorry, Councillor. I'm going to fight it. I really will, because these entities deserve. They shouldn't be judged by their buildings. So they're just storage facilities for telling stories. So, yeah. So look, if this fails, I won't support it because I just don't think the numbers are quite right. And although I do agree with the intent of it, I just think we need to tweak the numbers. We've got to cap, and I think that's where everybody's going, we've got to cap the amount of money that we're going to put up from the ratepayers. Because if we don't, and we've got to get somebody that does this work, and this is no disrespect to anybody in this room, but there are experts in this space, and it isn't us, that do this work really, really well. We heard another city, and there's a couple of cities that have done this work, where they have development managers that go through it, not necessarily leasing back, but there's ways that they do this work and they keep control of the project. So I won't support it because I just don't think the numbers are right, but I do like the intent of it. And if it fails, I've got another motion coming up, which is virtually the same, but just with some different numbers and capping the ratepayers' contribution. Right, Councillor Fitzgerald.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I guess, oh, sorry, I'm supposed to stand up. I think I was getting myself confused because, you know, the motion here is attempting to bring in program 902 into the civic and cultural master plan work. And I'm not convinced that it was intended for that. As Chief Planning Officer confirmed earlier on today, this program 902 was for the re-strengthening the seismic problem buildings across the city. The mover is suggesting that we take a portion of that program 902, should it be assumed that it captures one or two of the seismic prone buildings, being the museum and or the library, if not both. And I'm not sure that program 902 was put together like that, and whether or not the civic and cultural master precinct needs to be a different motion altogether. Thank you. So I won't be supporting.
Programme 902 does include some of the buildings that are currently within the civic and cultural master plan. The point the officer made in response to questions earlier was that it's not solely programmes that are currently within the scope of the civic and cultural master plan, particularly the Regent, which is why we're trying to recognise that those two things are not aligned, and that's the purpose behind this motion.
Councillor Naylor.
Thank you. I can't support this recommendation simply because at this point I feel that 170 million is too much for our community to spend on seismic strengthening of council properties. Whilst I acknowledge that it is under the legal requirement section of these papers, I do think there are ways that we can look outside of the box. I think we need to ask some hard questions about, do we earthquake strengthen every building that we own? And I don't believe that we can actually afford to do that. So the sooner that we have that conversation, the better. The Chief Executive has already suggested that we could ask him to go away and look at alternative options for these buildings. And my preference would be for us to have that conversation before pinning things down into this portion or that portion or whatever. But fundamentally, I'm not prepared to support a 170 or 150 million dollar program funded by council at this point. And I would look. I think the Mayor had indicated there were some other recommendations to ask that. But if that's not already in place, I'd be really happy to move a recommendation to ask the Chief Executive to come back to go away and look at other alternative options for these buildings, other than earthquake strengthening each one of them individually. Because I think if we've just had a conversation about cutting water. You know, we're cutting water, but we're deciding to build buildings. What is more important for our community? I think we've got to make sure that the basic infrastructure, the basic services are the top priority. Fancy buildings will also come with high renewals and high operational ongoing costs. We simply can't afford to earthquake strengthen every one of these buildings. If any of these recommendations don't go through, I'm happy to propose a smaller envelope for that would then allow other more strategic work. But certainly I'm not comfortable with 170 million being spent on strengthening our buildings.
A point of clarification, we're not cutting water. We're actually spending more on water than we've ever spent on water before.
Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and it's been interesting to see this debate take some twists and turns already. I might try to start to clarify a few things that would be needed to be reflected in an adjustment to the recommendation, and we'll just take the mover's guidance as we move through that. But firstly, to Councillor Wood's point, I think he raises a very good point that we would be foolish to cap the amount of co-investment that we could see in this space. So we'd like to see the wording changed to say it be divided into a portion tagged for at least 50-50 additional co-funding, because absolutely we should have every upside around this that we potentially can. I would also just like to speak to the mayor's point a little bit and just hope that we're not kind of at cross purposes in terms of language here. The reason to mention two specific components of civic infrastructure, the library and the museum, is in no way an attempt to combine them into one building, one entity, one space. It is very much around noting that those two distinct entities are the two that are most likely to be the strongest attractors for co-investment, and so we wanted to see that up in lights in terms of the value proposition that we would be taking forward into this long-term plan. Absolutely no intent or appetite or interest, in my part at least, for bringing those together. So I think just want to be really clear on that intent. This is simply about, as others have teased out, Councillor Fitzgerald certainly through questions, you know, is that currently 902 has a range of buildings in them. We just want to make sure that the ones that have a high likelihood of attracting significant co-investment do so, and that there's no upper cap on that. So I'd urge you to support it on that basis. Remember, we are now at the point of drafting through, and we will see this come back to us in February, and if there's any further adjustments that we want to make to the wording or the intent at that point would be great, but I think this is quite a sound basis on which to proceed our planning at this stage. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor. Oh, yes, you are there. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, colleagues, for this. I do wonder, I'm going to look to the seconder to go, do we put a cap into this for at least 50-50 to a maximum of 170 million council contribution? Yeah, if we could add that in there as well, because I think that is very sensible at this point to be. There's a lot of things we don't know about this project, but one of the things we do know today is we haven't got all the money in the world. So to cap that would be sensible here if people are open to that. The seismic strengthening is not about building fancy new buildings. This is about the legal requirement to strengthen buildings, and yes, that legislation might change, which is about the safety of our community. And I am not going to resile from that as a motivation for this piece of work. The Civic and Cultural Master Plan work had a really good conversation last week and this week. It's been a long week. And one of the things we talked about in there is, what is our why for doing this? Is it that we have some kind of empire building motivation for glamorous new buildings? No, it's not that at all. It's that there's a huge opportunity that sits in this central city for vibrancy, for city centre living, and for making a safe place for our community to recreate. And the library and the museum are an incredibly important part of that. But I'm recognising that we're very early in this project. There is a lot of water to go under the bridge, and we don't know a lot of things about how this is going to go. So this is a placeholder. We're setting some very broad parameters. The space here for officers to come back and direct this. We're not tying ourselves into anything. We're just setting some boundaries, and I hope we can support it there. But we might have some problems with the words.
Yeah, can I just get some clarification, because I'm uncertain too, Councillor. Just what is the contribution from the ratepayers? Is it 170 million or is it 85 million?
It is what is in the papers at the moment, which is 170 million. What I'm saying is we're going to need to at least double that.
Oh yes, yeah, no, it's going to be the contribution needs to be a lot more. Yeah. Okay, so should that be a bit clearer?
Can I, sorry if I can help, I just have a chat with Hannah. I just wonder whether where we say to a maximum of 170 million, we say to a maximum council contribution of 170 million.
That is better. Okay. Can we just get that and then we'll vote. Okay. All right, that makes sense. Okay, we will vote. And that is passed 11 votes for, 2 against and 1 abstention. Okay. I had my one, but I I don't need my one now because that one's passed and I voted for that one, so I got some clarification, so that was good. Right, we'll go to the next one. We'll try and see if we can fit in one. So this is around, we don't need that one either. So, okay, sorry, can we go to the one above there, please? That's it. So number D, and this is D, that program 2390, the citywide transport low cost risk and road to zero be adjusted from 88 million to 50 million by removing road to zero programs and reprioritising lowest risk road upgrades. And that's from Councillor Wood. And if we can get him online, he will speak to this. Councillor.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think the recommendation speaks more or less for itself, so I'll be very brief. We're looking at finding savings which we can create space and attachment for. We've got a number of ways we can do that. We've already seen it happen in the stormwater space. We're looking at what we can do in terms of the seismic upgrade space, and this is another lever that we can. Not ideal, but as the paper and as the items identify, these are our lowest risk road upgrades. Particularly noting that a number of the road to zero requirements that were on us will likely not be a requirement any longer. I think this is a way that we can find ourselves, and look, I'm now unsure as to whether it's 30 million or if it's 15 million in terms of the actual council debt that we would be leveraging to pay for this, but somewhere in the vicinity of 15 to 30 million more to enable us to complete more projects in attachment 4. So I would not be recommending that we reduce any amount of money going towards critical safety upgrades or critical road maintenance and upgrade programs. But given these are our low cost, low risk programs over the next 10 years, what I'm suggesting is that we have to flatten it out further, that the $80 million of work has to take place over a longer period of time, and that we aren't able to undertake as many of those low risk upgrades as we perhaps would like to in an ideal world. But is the situation that we find ourselves in. So I hope you can find yourselves to support this. I know that any roading change is difficult and that emotive arguments of, well, doing this could cause an accident to occur. And absolutely. I mean, equally, I propose here today that we put another 50 million onto doing it, and that would stop more accidents from occurring. So it's finding the balance of what we can afford to do versus the risk we're willing to take. And I'm not willing to deprioritise any funding toward critical safety upgrades, but I am willing to flatten out the cost of low risk safety upgrades. And I hope councillors will agree. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Johnson.
So I've just got a couple of questions, if that's okay. The first one is to Scott to determine what the level of co-funding for this programme is.
%51%.
Okay, thank you. And then the second question is just around the name of the programme, low cost, low risk. Are these actually the lowest risk safety upgrades that we do?
No, so low cost, low risk is a Waka Kotahi term, and we have to mirror that in order to secure the funding. So basically it excludes things like big bridge replacements, and basically they lump absolutely everything in together through low cost, low risk.
Yeah.
So that's basically a safety focus as opposed to low risk items.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Well, I'll have a comment then, please. So given the answers to those questions, I'm sorry, I'm not going to be supporting this because actually the amount of headroom that it gives us, the only reason to support this in my perspective would be to allow us a little bit more wriggle room in Appendix 4. But I don't actually think it'll give us much wriggle room at all, because by the time you've cut out the 51% FAR rate and then removed the income from the debt to income ratio, we won't be left with much. So I might be slow, but I learnt that on the last question, on the last time round, so I've got it now. So I just don't think we'll gain a whole lot. What we will do is put pedestrians and other road users at risk. And I know that a lot of the low cost, low risk have been things like raised platforms, crossings, that kind of thing that prioritise pedestrian safety. So I'm not keen to agree to this. Thank you.
Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question as well that I think builds on the line of questioning that Councillor Johnson established. Would this recommendation, if successful, increase headroom or decrease headroom?
Apologies, I missed that question. Could you please repeat it?
If this recommendation were to pass, would this increase headroom or decrease headroom?
That was actually just what we were talking about. The debt to revenue ratio is for total operating revenue, and I've just been corrected in that the Waka Kotahi co-funding is capital revenue. So I have to apologise. I gave an incorrect answer earlier. The reduction of the capital programs, even though they are half subsidised, does create the debt headroom. In this case, it would be 30 million.
Great, thank you for that point of clarification. Very helpful to know that and gives us some confidence in terms of proceeding. I will move briefly to comment, just to indicate that while I was reasonably comfortable, well, actually I wasn't, I was quite uncomfortable proposing cuts around some of the additional investment in the water space. Transport is a radically different environment. Just go outside and look at any one of our roads, go outside and look at our footpaths, look at the condition of the transport network, and then tell me how you could possibly imagine that the best future for this city is to make cuts when literally the roads are under huge strain and huge pressure. This is the area where we as a council are under a huge amount of strain and need to be protecting every investment that we can. And I'm actually quite disappointed to see this come forward, because this is exactly the sort of thing that we see come back into the chamber again and again and again through long-term plan processes, through annual budget processes, communities asking for safety improvements in their neighborhoods. And what do we hear every time? Sorry, not enough money. Sorry, not enough money. And now we're going to take even more away. So no, I will not be supporting this.
Councillor Hancock.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I just really want to echo just exactly what Councillor Barrett has actually said. You cannot compromise around road safety, and that is road safety for all road users, not just pedestrians and cyclists. So this actually counts and supports the majority of our population who actually use our roading. So please reject this. Thank you.
All right, back to you, Councillor Wood, for right of reply.
Just to clarify Cameron's comment, so is this gaining us $15 million or $30 million of wiggle room if we were to do this?
15, because it's the net position, so 50% is funded. So if we reduce 30 mil of expenditure, we reduce 15 mil of revenue and get 15 mil headroom.
Thank you. Well, I'll just exercise a brief right of reply. Firstly, to say I appreciate and I understand the comments coming from my colleagues. When I initially drafted this, my understanding was this would give us 30 million, not 15. So it is disappointing to learn that it doesn't give us as much as we would like. I'd push back against the comment of look at the condition of our roads. We have, in fact, it was the councillor who said that, who suggested that we'd reduce our renewal budgets for our roads. So this is not a matter of the condition of our roads. This is a matter of new safety improvements to the roads that exist. So this is not a question of saying, well, the roads are in bad nick, so we shouldn't do this. This is a completely separate line of programming. As I said in my opening speech, safety is an endless bucket. We could propose we put another 50 million or 100 million or 200 million in today, and there would still be more work to do. So I reject the argument that is often brought up when we discuss any transport safety, that it's reducing it by $1 is going to cause, is reprehensible. At the end of the day, if we reduce our water upgrades and a pipe bursts and 10,000 people left without water, well, that's equally reprehensible. But frankly, we're in a position right now where if we do not find room in our budgets, not only will we exceed our debt limits, but we also won't be able to deliver on any of the strategic priorities of our city. And so I'm sorry, I don't accept the rhetorical argument that we can't make any reductions in this space. We have to find a space that we're comfortable. And I don't gain any joy doing this. I don't do this because it brings me any pleasure, just as it doesn't bring Councillor Barrett or any other councillors any pleasure in reductions that we've made to this point today. But frankly, this, like many of our other programs, will have a risk, absolutely, as reducing our water investment has a risk, as reducing anything else does. But this is a way that we can find ourselves $15 million to deliver on the strategic priorities of our city while still delivering $50 million of new transport safety improvements for our community. So we will still be delivering a significant amount of work in this space. I am not suggesting that we reduce it to 0 or to 10 million or even to half of what it is. But I am suggesting that we flatten out the speed at which we're able to undertake these transport safety upgrades to help us through this process. So I hope councillors can find it in them to support this.
Thank you. I'd just like to make a point of clarification. The condition of our transport network is much more than the physical state. It is about whether it is fit for purpose and delivering across what we expect of a modern and safe transport system.
All right. On that note, we will vote. Oh, I voted the wrong way. Anyway. Too excited. That failed. 5 votes for, 7 against and 1 abstention, and I voted the wrong way. You changed your vote then? No, I abstained, did I? Oh, no, I don't know what I did. Okay. Yeah, anyway, it is what it is. Look, we've got 2 very quick ones. You didn't vote? Okay. We'll do the vote again. Or you can just tell us what you can record your vote. Can you do it on the microphone? Thanks.
I was voting against it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we've got 2 very quick ones, if we can get through those, and then we're done, and I feel like we've achieved something. Right, the next one is, get that up. We'll do that. We'll do the top F, that programs 1435, 1844 and 1894, increasing levels of service. The Manawatu River Park be deleted and current levels of service maintained for existing services. That's from Councillor Bowen, and we'll go to that one.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This in my questions, I'm interested in testing the room about whether increasing levels of service is where we're at in this budget, or whether we are prepared to wear sticking with status quo in these particular programmes, which are all to do with the Manawatu River Park. Thank you.
Great. Councillor Naylor.
I'm happy to support this, but I just thought, for the benefit of correct information, well, we need to perhaps clarify, because 1435 doesn't say that there's any external funding on here, but on the chart that we got sent last night, it said that there's 50% external funding, so perhaps we should just quickly have that clarified in case that affects anyone's decision. But I'm actually happy to support this.
Yes, there's 50% funding for that program.
Okay. Councillor Barrett.
Thank you. Can I just clarify, are we in Appendix 3 or Appendix 4?
We're in Appendix, it's actually in Appendix 4. Okay, we'll do that later.
Thank you.
And unless we just want to continue on this. Yeah, okay, we've got to do a catch-all with 3, so we'll come back to that, sorry. Is Tomato Patoa is still in, is also in number 4 as well. So we're not doing that, we're just going to do a catch-all, and I can let you go. Right, so this is around capital new attachment 3, legal and critical, that council confirm the list of legally required and critical capital levels of service, new programs in attachment 3, subject to the carried motions above and the development of the proposed LTP. I'll look to move that, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. I'm not going to speak to it. Don't need to, we're voting. Councillor Michelade, have you voted? Good, thank you. That has passed. 13 votes for and 1 against. Well done, people. There wasn't too much blood on the table, so that's pretty good. And we've still got the big one to go. So the officers hopefully will be able to give us a bit of an idea of what that headroom is for attachment 4. And we'll debate that on the 13th. Yes. And there'll be some additional papers around operational, which is equally needs to be looked at as well. Okay. All right. Thank you, everybody. Well done. Enjoy your weekend. Oh, sorry. Karakia from the Deputy Mayor. My apologies.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. O tira tātou. Kua mutua mātou mahi mō tēnei wā. Manaki tia mai mātou katoa, o mātou hoa, o mātou whānau, ai o ki te rangi. I selected this karakia because I thought it was quite apt. Our work is finished for the moment. Bless all of us, our colleagues, our families. Peace to the universe. Kia ora.